Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our second winter retreat. Speaking. It's Thursday, February 5th. Thanks for making it over here today. And thank all those tuning in their living rooms. So I guess we'll get started. Kat?
Kat Perry.
Doug Matheson.
Melissa Tausche.
Miller?
David Harwood.
Okay, everyone's in attendance. If you would please stand for the pledge of allegiance. Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Hey. SUP versus conditional rezoning. Mr. Rothrock, lead out.
Well, welcome. Well, I always like to start out with a little bit of review of last year, what kind of building activity and permits that we did. So it was a record year for as far as construction costs, $50.5 million. The year before was a record. So we saw a lot of activity this past year. And you can kind of see the trends. 2023 was 23 million, up to 41 million, and then 50 million last year. A lot of that had to do with the condos at Green Park Inn. That was 10 million. But there's been a lot of new homes, 15 new homes. Has been about average for the last 20 to 2015. So good average year from that standpoint. We, of course, January was a little bit slow, but we expect it to pick up. And when the Green Park Inn, when those permits come forward, that'll be another bump to our construction activity. Any questions on this? Okay. All right, let's talk a little bit about special use permits and conditional zoning districts. And I want to provide a little bit of history from Blowing Rock and from the state level. And then so we can try to get an understanding of what there are, if any, that you want to consider, and how whatever we want to do, if anything, want to be good for Blowing Rock, beneficial for the town. 1984, town adopted a new zoning ordinance, and at that time required special use permits for commercial development. In the early 90s, special use permits became conditional use permits, and that was all development that was commercial was handled that way. And that ran through most of the 2000s, that conditional use permits remained the process for approval. Excuse me. In the late 1990s, Charlotte started using a modified process or a hybrid process, conditional district zoning, and that was legislative approval of their commercial projects. Some other cities started to do that too. Greensboro did. In 2001, 2002, North Carolina courts supported conditional district zoning, and from a case law standpoint. And then in 2005, the General Assembly adopted a statute allowing conditional zoning statewide. So all communities could participate and have conditional zoning as an option instead of just a straight rezoning for us, for example, R15 to R6. You had nothing approved except the zoning change, and then you have to go back and get a special use to do the project. And that's what we had. So in 2010, we started to investigate conditional zoning as an option. And We had a lot of back and forth, didn't know if it was right for us, had some uneasiness about the process. And then finally, in 2014, we adopted conditional zoning as an alternative process to conditional use permits. And it's totally legislative, but in that type of rezoning, conditional zoning allows the applicant to propose some conditions that would apply specifically to that project. And the town would be approving a site plan and site-specific development plans and architectural renderings and floor plan that would be approved on that project. And we started doing that in 2014. Very first one we had was up West Carter on the old church up there on the corner, and he went through the process to get it approved for an office. And then we've had probably about 12 to 15 that have been approved, not all of them completed. We've had one approved 4 times on the Pine and Laurel, the Laurel and Pine. So I think they finally got it the way they want to do it, and they're going to bring some plans to us. 2021, the state did a complete overhaul of the general statutes as far as land use planning, and that was Chapter 160D, a total rewrite of the statutes. And at that time, they established only 2 options for development approval that would involve the governing body. Quasi-judicial would be a special use permit. That would be the term used going forward. And then legislative would be conditional zoning. You can still do straight rezonings if you want to, but if you're going to approve a development project, these are the 2 ways. And so that ultimately the town had to adopt those methods. And so if you wanted to, you didn't have to use either one, but you had to have some type of process or both. So currently Blowing Rock allows for both special use permits and conditional zoning for commercial development. And administratively, zoning permits are used to approve projects like single family, duplexes, and minor changes to commercial buildings and exterior changes and things like that. Any questions before I go further?
Now, this is strictly up to the applicant to make the recommendation, whether they do use or conditional, correct?
Applicant choice. Anybody else? So considerations of what we might do, if anything. If we do nothing, number 1, leave land use code just like it is. Another option is remove special use permits entirely and require all commercial projects to go through conditional zoning legislative. We have the issue of we've got special use permits on the books now that govern the use of properties. And so those would remain in force, and any amendments would go directly to council for a change. We could, as part of that, if you sought to go that direction, you could modify the use table where some smaller projects would be approved administratively through a zoning permit, and look through the use table and say, maybe this should not go through the whole process. That could be administrative, or maybe this needs to, if it's administrative now, let's change it. There's lots of options that you have.
Could you give an example of what you would recommend might be one that you guys could do that and not necessarily need to go to the board?
One example, I mean, there's several, but one would be, you remember the Ann First property across from Outback. And she had to build a parking lot to make the building usable. And she went through special use to get that approved. I think a situation like that, staff can handle that. If we have a land use code, they got to meet those requirements for space, dimensions, landscaping, and all the things it's got to do. And then the use of the property there's only a handful of uses that would be viable. Now she wanted all kinds of uses, if you remember that. But that would be a situation. Building a parking lot to serve the building, simple changes in use Bubba's restaurant down there at the gas station. We approved that administratively, and that's not a change from what we do now. But a situation like that, I think, would be a good example. Another option, keep special uses as an option, but limit that project to a certain size. Like if you want to choose special use, the route that you want to go for quasi judicial, maybe it's 1/3 of an acre. That'd be the cap. Everything else would go through conditional zoning if it's commercial. That's an option. There's lots of ways you could work that. Here's one thing that I recommend. I've talked with Vaughn with Benchmark. I know y'all probably remember Vaughn, and he and Jason served us well in lots of different things we did with Benchmark. And he said across the state and communities that he represents with Benchmark, they're taking planning board out of the equation for special use. Simply because the process of quasi judicial does not apply to planning board. It's wide open. They don't require sworn testimony. They don't limit speakers. They're not requiring experts to give testimony or information. And so it's confusing. It's confusing for me, for y'all, it's confusing for the planning, and especially the public. When can I speak? And then when you spoke at planning board, well, when you get to council, you can. What do you mean? It's confusion. So a lot of places are taking planning board out of special use process totally. It just comes straight to you. Some places, the Board of Adjustment rules on special use. And the town did in the 80s. If I'm not mistaken, Shops on the Parkway was approved by the Board of Adjustment with a special use, the original. But that's a recommendation I have, whatever we decide to do, that take planning board out of that. Now, they would still be involved in conditional zoning. It's required by statute. But y'all can mull that over.
Question for you, for the new council members. Disadvantages and advantages using special use versus conditional.
With special use, you're trying to meet the code. You're not trying to prove whether or not it's you've satisfied public opinion. You're trying to meet the ordinance, and that's your target. And if you meet the ordinance, you should get a permit. That's the advantage if you're a developer. You have some known targets that you're aiming for, and the criteria, you know what they are.
It's predictable.
Disadvantage is the quasi-judicial process in itself. As I mentioned, the confusion. You're bringing an engineer. That engineer is an expert in stormwater or whatever it might be, traffic, whatever the expertise that they have. An appraiser. We're talking about property values. The appraiser is the expert in that situation. So, and that, from a public standpoint, that means I think the feelings that are, well, I ought to know, I live in this area, I ought to know how this is going to impact my property. And I understand that, and that's a viable concern from the public. But I don't know if that's explained well, but as long as we've had special use, the process is still unfamiliar for those on the outside. I mean, when I say outside, I mean the public in the neighborhood. But if it's, as David mentioned, there's expectations. It's, what the aim is. Conditional zoning, totally legislative and completely, you don't have any obligation to approve it. It's a rezoning. They're changing what they're trying to do with the property. But I think it is a really good tool and could be used more beneficially for both the applicant and the town. I think there's a lot more give and take that could be considered in certain projects. And sometimes it's not utilized, but it doesn't have to be. They're not asking for anything weird, you know, they're feel pretty comfortable in the project they're presenting. And they just want to go that route. Sometimes they have to change the zone. What they want to do is not allowed on that particular piece of property. And the straight rezoning is, when you get done with it, you don't have anything other than the property's changed zoning. You still have to another process to go through. So conditional zoning is the fallback, and that's what is most advantageous for an applicant. And the door's open, and there's communication and with council and with the public. And you can iron out some issues on the front end before you get to the public hearing. And conditional zoning works well. It's surprising that it took us so long to get to where we would adopt that method of approval. But I think we found that it is beneficial.
Isn't there a little movement in the state on what they may want to change or set this? They were talking about last fall that Mike Steele had come back up
I don't know about this.
on the
With respect to Bill 382 that talked about downzoning. Now that may be coming back, and I've got that later on today to talk about. So there's lots of different ways. I guess my question is, do you want us to deal with it at all as a group? I mean, we're not asking for a final decision on how we're going to restructure it, but do you want us to investigate and provide some options that for the town to consider?
My question would be, is there a problem we're trying to solve?
For me, for my,
Why are we talking about this?
it was brought up as an agenda item.
There you go.
Yeah, hang in there.
Well, who brought it up then?
I think he's got, I think.
Okay, so is there,
So here's my thinking. First of all, a developer comes to, correct me if I'm wrong, Ken. Developer comes to town, he looks or she looks at special use versus conditional and decides which one's in my best interest, not which one's in the best interest of the town or the townspeople. And if they go special use, if they meet about 4 or 5 bullet points that are on the code, they can go ahead and do whatever they want. And a good example would be the Hampton Inn there in Ransom. Doesn't matter what the neighborhood wants, doesn't matter what the effect of the neighborhood wants, doesn't matter what the traffic pattern coming through town is going to do. They can go ahead and do it. And the town council, elected by the people in Blowing Rock to represent them, we got no say so at all. And over and over and over, they have told us that the most important thing in our town is the small town charm and character of our community. If you read the document that we got yesterday from Tracy, it's over and over. It must be mentioned in there 20 times. Visitors, guests, seasonal and full-time residents of our town, those are the top 2. They interchange. Some of them will say natural beauty of our surroundings. Second, charm and character. Then it'll flip over the other way. But those are the top 2 that are out there, 1. And 2, by a huge majority, municipalities are adopting the conditional zoning and dropping the special use. And I don't know how we can represent the people in Blowing Rock that put us here. It's going to have some control over what this town is going to look like 5, 10, 15, 20, 30 years from now, long after we're gone. And I think they get to have some decision-making in that process. But if it's all, if people go special use, they really don't have any, as I understand it.
so what you're saying, don't let me put words in your mouth,
So I get it all the time. Go ahead.
that public sentiment trumps our land use code?
I think it does, yeah. I mean, people get to determine what type of town they want to live in.
Well, that's where
What they want it to
a
be.
strong land use code would come into play. Hampton Inn can only build what they can build there based on what our code allows,
Exactly.
which is more than 4 or 5 bullet points. So if we want to strengthen that in terms of what can be built there, I believe the avenue is to strengthen the land use code, not what, who can say what about the project. Because the flip side of that is the property owner has rights too.
Yes, he does.
And I think that in a lot of cases, the property owner is a citizen of this town. And, you know, they should be able to build what our land use code allows, not necessarily what someone 2 miles away thinks they are allowed. There's
Well,
pros and cons to both sides.
Yeah, there are. I mean, if we drop special use, someone would come in and buy a piece of property knowing they have to apply through the special use process. So they know that going in. Now, if someone owns a piece of property today, then that's another issue.
The only, I'm like David, there's good points and bad points on that, but I feel like it could work the opposite way of the public selecting what can be there and what can't be there. I mean, you may have what would be a legitimate good business, but they don't want that business, but they would like to have one of these. And I think we start getting selective and picking and choosing what goes anywhere. You know, I feel like that can backfire on us some. But it has, you know, it does have its good aspects of the public being able to speak. That's the best part about it. Being able to speak to us being able to speak to people, because, you know, we're hung out on quasi judicial. We can't talk each other hardly about it. So, you know, it's you know, it's a fine line between the two, or how you would put them together.
I would give you an example of where I think just the opposite happened is like with the Embers Hotel. So the first proposal was a townhome community, and it was higher density than what our code allowed. But in my opinion, it was a good project because it transitioned from general business to R10, maybe R15.
R6.
You know, I thought it was a good transition project in terms of scale and height. And public sentiment was very much against that.
You mean the condo plan?
The condo plans, townhome plans. And the neighborhood was very much against that. So it got shelved by the developer. They came back and built what they built.
Because it's an SUP then. It's an SUP.
Right. And so had they gone through with an SUP in the beginning and it was allowed, even though it moved against public sentiment, there would not be a tall hotel there, which I don't know where, different people have different opinions of that. But, you know, if scale and massing and those things are the issue, I think there's an example where allowing that public sentiment to affect what's in the code. And I think these are different tools for different situations. And I think that there potentially is, I'm not for getting rid of SUP, but I think that there are places where we could modify that an SUP could only be used like on certain projects, high intensity projects, event venues, hotels, things like that. And then take planning board out of that but it's still an option that they can go with.
I have a question. You said that the original townhome project was a higher density than allowed, so it did not meet all the code requirements. So would an SUP, how would that have changed that?
No, it did not meet all the code
That was
requirements.
originally at.
Yeah, but my point being is, if you feel like Embers, and there are a number of people feel like Embers is too much a visual impact, then there was a project that wasn't as much of a visual impact.
So they took that, it started out as conditional, and then when they did Embers, they did SUPs.
I think it was conditional. I think it was.
No, wait, no. Because it was
We had-
quasi-judicial, because one of our council members had to recuse themselves, or voted to recuse themselves, because they had had contact with DOT.
But that was on the motel. That was on the motel.
It was the motel.
Yeah.
That was on
It
the,
wasn't on
I
the.
don't remember what, Rob Presley brought the project, went to planning board. I don't remember the process. I can find it, but I can't.
But now David does have a, it was quasi-judicial for the hotel.
Yes,
They met all the guidelines. Entry, Morningside. And, but that being said, I agree with Dave and Doug. I think there's a place for it, but also one thing I've seen over the last 8, 9 years is it goes in front of planning, it's wide open. Anybody can talk about it.
Right.
It comes in front of us, or even before it comes in front of us, I can't talk to my dog about it. You know, so I think it should be pulled from planning.
Well, a lot of communities are going, and the way that we've been handling it is by the statute. You know, because the planning board is not bound by the rules.
Right.
You want to allow the free, open debate. And you get to council, and everybody, what do you mean?
It's
I
confusing.
spoke last time, and so that confusion kind of makes it a mess. You know, we've got to rein it in as staff. So, okay, but remember, you got to speak tonight, but when we get there, the council will determine who has standing.
Well, I think too that you use special use permits, as a state, special use permits. For hotels, per se, large condos.
We could put anything over
The way
a
that I-
certain square footage on it.
Yeah.
That's where I would go, not necessarily the building, but the size of the property.
Right.
And if it requires a special use today, and it's.
You're saying item 3.
I would say, yeah, I'm combining a couple of these options. You stir this up and we might be able to have a way that fit us well, but special use, keep it. That way, existing special use, at this point here, still be in force, and if they amend, I'm thinking of an example of one. The, food line, you know, we're gonna do something different. They might go conditional zoning and rezone the property because they have some things that may be weird. But anywhere you have a special use, you need an amendment, you need an addition, or you need to make some changes to it, go back through council correctly. Modify the use table to say, based on the size, no, that still could be in play. This one here, keep special use on the table, but for a project that's a quarter acre, or a third of an acre, downtown, maybe something that's small. Then we get into a bigger project, conditional zoning is the only way you can go. On top of all this, and we'll talk about it later, is how the state has restricted how we can change the code. We cannot decrease development density of the land to be less dense than what was previously allowed. We cannot reduce the permitted uses of the land that are specified in the zoning ordinance fewer uses than we're allowed. And we can't create any type of nonconformity, including a nonconforming use, nonconforming lot, nonconforming structure on commercial property. That limits us heavily, and that was from December of '24. Yes.
What ultimately was the reason for rejecting the Hampton?
They pulled out.
They pulled out? Okay.
They did,
I thought there was
they
something,
did vote.
was it permeability or something?
It
They
really
meet-
wasn't enough at the time. They didn't have enough information to actually make the decision, but they went ahead and made the decision to deny
Okay,
the project and move that recommendation forward.
okay. My concern, Blowing Rock is small. I can see special use in a place like Charlotte where if I live 30 miles away from where the development is, should I be able to object to that development? We're tiny. So a development anywhere in town feasibly impacts the whole town. Having that hotel on Ransom Street could cause so much congestion on Ransom Street. People use that street to get their kids to school. I just see it as a much bigger impact in our tiny town to have the special use permit where I can't say anything because I live a half a mile away. So
Well, everybody's mentioned the traffic on Ransom Street. Hotel, whatever hotel it is, was going to open up onto Ransom Street. The council years ago, and Doug, you were on council then, denied Holiday Inn Express access to Ransom Street.
right.
Am I not correct?
That's right, but they had access to 321.
That's right. There are a lot of factors there. There was talk about closing Ransom, making Ransom a cul-de-sac, and having traffic go out the little piece of Ransom onto 321. How do you control that? Can you do it through a special? I mean, can't you with a special use make some requirements?
Absolutely. And you can apply conditions
Right.
to a special use permit. Now, every one of them has standard conditions, and you can add reasonable conditions that would apply to that project that may have a negative impact on the neighborhood surrounding properties. So that's always an option. And that's what we've done for 30 years.
So it doesn't totally, tie you down to black and white. You can vary from it some, reasonably.
But if you do a square footage, then that will take care of any almost multi-use, any large project that would come before it would come to us. It would be probably the easiest way of handling it because the square footage would cover anything.
For example, and one day we may get an application for it, but right across from Town Hall, that vacant piece, very small. They're going to put a building that meets the code and probably not going to be anything really weird about it. The design is going to meet our ordinance, and a special use permit is probably the most reasonable process to move forward unless they said, well, we want to do something outside the ordinance and we want special provisions. I don't anticipate that at all, but special use will work great in that situation.
I think I don't think, maybe we're getting in the weeds a little bit about what should be in there, but I don't think size alone is enough of a qualifier. I think if something has major traffic impacts, for instance, where DeCamera has remember the coffee shop that we were going to have? It had some real potential of traffic backing out into the highway. And I think that is a situation that would have warranted a special use permit. But it was like the smallest project ever, but it had some bigger impact beyond just its size. Noise could be another one, I would say. Any hotel, regardless of size, I think has more impact than, say, an attorney's office, for instance. So,
How would you, off the top of your head, 3 or 4 different, what would you put in the ordinance?
I would put in,
I knew you had that. I could see it in your eyes.
there you go. No, I would probably have any hotels, any event venues, any institutional uses, large developments, obviously, and then anything that has major traffic or noise or compatibility concerns.
And those
Think those-
would be conditional, you're saying?
Conditional zoning or special use?
Special use. Keep those on for high impact.
So they would be quasi judicial and we wouldn't.
David, what do you mean by compatibility? Just for definition.
I think something that, I think where you have, a good example would, again, be Embers, where you've got residential bumping up against general business. And they're different zoning types. And, how is it compatible with one another? Or an event venue next to a church.
Right.
I don't know.
And I know we're talking about SUP and conditional zoning, but I want to go back to something that David said earlier about land use code. And I feel like that we need to really look at what still needs to be revised in the land use code that has not been addressed, like mass and scale.
That's later, but no, I've got that.
Okay.
It's part of one of our topics, but as I mentioned, we have limitations on what we can do in reducing the amount of density that's available on commercial properties. So may have some options, but they're more limited now than they used to be.
My suggestion to council would be the feedback from David, feedback from you. Get that to Kevin and let planning come back to council with some options. Narrow down from this point, more direct, and let you all look at
The other thing I would add, because I feel like I've poo-pooed on
it.
Wayne, that I love the charm of Blowing Rock, and it's a big reason why I'm here. But charm is it's very subjective and it's hard to legislate. And I think that's where a strong land use code and developmental standards could really help with that and help to define it. And I don't know if that's moving toward like a form-based code or something else.
Right.
Well, we still have some things that we have teed up to bring back to you from our downtown subcommittee, the work that had been done then. And I think Brian's going to work on that, about adding materials and design features more into our appendix than what we have. He's done a lot of work on that. Go ahead.
You okay with planning coming back?
Yeah, I just, how does everybody feel about taking planning board out of special use?
I'm for
We
it.
should.
I'm for it.
Well, they're useless.
This one right here.
Yeah,
I mean, they are in that.
why should they have an open venue of which we don't, and we're the decision makers? So it should come directly to us.
So we would have an open venue.
Now, we would have a quasi judicial.
Okay.
So there's no open venue.
Would they be able to come before us and
No, there's,
speak?
there still is.
Yeah.
For conditional zoning, that's still,
But
planning board has to be involved.
Yes.
Right, but you're saying for special use, there would not be.
That's right.
But see, the public still comes and speaks
Only if they have
When?
standing.
if they have standing at the meeting.
At the council.
At the
public hearing.
council meeting.
Correct. Yeah.
They gotta have standing.
They have to have standing, and they're sworn in.
Here's the part that makes it difficult. Nothing said at planning board. No public comment said at planning board. No testimony given matters. The recommendation from planning board does not matter and should not factor into your decision. That's how, the way the special use statutes are written, that's why everybody's getting away from having planning, board, because it doesn't, you can't make a decision on anything that's said at planning board.
But if it were moved to the council, then all of that could be considered in your decision?
No, not
So-
if it's not sworn testimony.
And that's what I'm saying, if you move it to,
Well, it's already coming to council.
oh, it wouldn't be,
So you wouldn't go in front of planning.
right?
Planning on a special use has no teeth, none.
So you move it to council, take out planning board. If I have standing, I can come and say what I want,
Yeah.
and council can or cannot take that into consideration.
Right, it's
Council.
all the evidence is presented to council.
So that is considered evidence that we can consider in a decision?
Yes, but everything that's talked about at planning board, all the letters and all of that stuff cannot factor into your decision on quasi judicial.
The only thing the planning board works for on a thing like that is that it enables people who don't have standing and anybody else to come and voice their opinion about it.
Boone, you can come forward.
And it doesn't, but it does not, we cannot hear it, we cannot judge anything off of it. But that's the only thing with it going in front of the planning board that it does is allow everybody in town that wants to talk about it, to talk about it.
The one thing it did do is it does, it's not a reason to keep it, but kind of brings the salient points to the surface.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, yeah.
You have, when you hear those, you like, well, that's something I'm gonna have to consider in 2 weeks. And, you know, I'm a proponent of larger projects that, you know, we take 2 council meetings to considering. Especially if there's not a planning board, where make the first meeting where you making a decision is optional, you know, just gonna hear and then have to take time to go back and do some research, maybe ask questions of staff, and then maybe come back a second time, maybe a special meeting.
Maybe you close the public hearing, you've taken in all the evidence at the public hearing, then you come back and make it. There's a lot of places to do that.
But then you still can't talk to anybody. So what you're saying, with it,
You can talk to Kevin, you can talk
I
to
could talk
staff.
to Kevin, but I couldn't go talk to a neighbor, I couldn't go
No.
talk to.
You know, we're not the only ones, but across North Carolina, here lately, we've been doing it wrong. A lot of people. And we've just realized that over the past 5 years. You know, people said, well, I've got issues with having everybody speak at planning board. This is across North Carolina. And then they get council. None of that matters. And the School of Government has said, you're right. And the trend is getting planning board out of that. They do have to stay with conditional zoning, and it's wide open. Everybody can talk about it. We've got this Laurel project that's coming. You can talk about it. It's kind of hard to avoid people at the post office, is what I hear. But if you have conditional zoning on a project, talk about all you want to. You can't make a decision. All decisions have to be made by the day. Here.
You have enough feedback?
I think so.
Okay.
Now, when I bring it, don't get, act like you never heard about it.
All right.
We're before, and they're coming at 10:15.
10:15. Well, we can move on. We'll go to the next topic if you want to. Downtown development.
I told you I did not bring that to the agenda.
Still talk about it.
Okay,
I'll give history and where we are
okay,
and what we might be able to do to move forward.
okay, right.
Give you opportunity. Is it all right to move on to this tough topic?
Yeah. Yeah. Take a break after that while we wait on the others to show up.
We'll do that? Okay. Okay. Timeline again. Let's go back to 2014. Adopted a comprehensive plan. And one of the goals for downtown was rewrite development standards for downtown, including building height, setbacks, and clarify east and west town center. Well, we didn't do anything for a long time. And in 2018, we got this great group together. David was on it, Pete was on it, and we,
I was on it.
no, early,
In 2018.
2018.
28. Sorry.
And we walked downtown, and we tried to capture in an ordinance what we thought would work for changing some of the standards that we had for downtown. And produced a draft ordinance, went to planning board in late 2018, and it got to spring of 2019 and just died. It wasn't the right time. And then there's some things that we did that probably wouldn't have resulted in what we wanted. So tabled the draft ordinance, came back in 22, subcommittee reorganized to make another attempt, these code changes. We did a mailed out survey. I think it went in the water bills to gather likes and dislikes. We held a public workshop 2023, I think down at American Legion. Adopted a new comp plan, and that same goal was in there. So we didn't do it then, so we're going to do it this time. And so we wanted to rewrite downtown, distinguish between East and West Main Street. We expanded the subcommittee to include some council members and some at-large members of the public. Did an online survey about downtown. We did another public workshop, little drop-in session, and then eventually produced an ordinance with 3 new zoning districts, new building heights and setbacks consistent with the 14 and 24 comp plans. Then the General Assembly steps in and passed Senate Bill 382 prohibiting downzoning. And that bill was retroactive for 6 months, so it captured the ordinance that we did in November. And as a result, there's really only 3 properties that were affected negatively that new statute would affect, and that would have been Mellow Mushroom, where Blue Deer is, and maybe Martin House, or at least the little small building at Martin House, because you applied a 25-foot setback on the west side of Main Street, and those properties would be non-conforming in there where they are now. So, but everything else that we did, we didn't change a lot. We added some new zoning districts. We added Town Center Sunset and Town Center East in the purple, Town Center West, and everything else was central business. But we didn't really change much in some of these new zoning districts, like on Town Center Sunset, still had a 15-foot setback, still had a 35-foot building height, and that was throughout the rest of central business. Town Center East, we went with a 30-foot building height and 5-foot setback. Is that right, Brian? So we wanted buildings to be brought forward to match what's going on the east side. And then, as I mentioned, Town Center West, 25-foot setback and 35-foot building height. So 3 properties affected. So we're still pretty close. And so if they're going to redevelop Mellow Mushroom, they could go back to the 15-foot setback that was already applied. So a lot of that was already, it's already non-conforming anyway, especially the Blue Deer building. Had a 15-foot setback. It's not conforming anyway, so. So if we're going to do more with downtown subcommittee, we need to be pretty targeted on what we're trying to accomplish from a building height, setbacks, massing, scale, things like that. And be well, in step with the statute so that we're not creating an ordinance that would be in violation of that. So
My whole thoughts on this comes back from my corporate days. A committee to oversee a committee to oversee a committee. We have a planning board that we nominated those people to be on that planning board for this sole purpose. That's my take on it. So why are we doing an additional committee to make recommendations to the committee that was established to make these recommendations? I mean, I don't know.
we're not.
Okay.
The subcommittee was made up of planning board members first. Then we added some council members and some members at large. And then the way that we did it, I think, did not meet statute in the way that it was established. So when we got done with the draft ordinance and we came back around, we said, okay, we've got to stop with the way the subcommittee has been created. And so if you give direction, like we did, we'll talk about workforce housing, you gave direction to planning board to study workforce housing. And there's a subcommittee of 4 that's working on that. That's how it needs to go through a process. If council decides there's some more that we want to do in downtown, you give that charge to planning board. And planning board may say, staff, prepare us some information and we may come back and create a subcommittee to study in depth. That would be the appropriate way. I'm just wanting to know, as we move forward, what would you like us to do?
What's left to, okay, Kat, you were on that committee. What is left that we can address? We've addressed height, we've addressed setback.
David was on the committee also.
We've addressed colors.
Well,
What else?
there's still work. There are still decisions that need to be made. Well, I said mass and scale. We didn't narrow down the materials that would be approved or.
We haven't approved anything. And Joey gave us pause, say, let's hold up a little bit on adding any more standards to downtown and our commercial because of the statute. But I think we have enough leeway that we can bring forward an appendix that has, these are examples detailed out of the types of materials and styles and architectural features. Colors, we had looked to limit the colors because a lot of the colors were so close. You know, we had 250 colors, but it was like 12 different creams and you could barely tell the difference. And I said that we can narrow that down to 1. And so that we came up with 25 colors, I think. And so I'd like to bring that forward.
These may sound like really nit points, very, who cares? But they're very important in my mind. When a building comes down, let's say the Hannah's sells, the person who buys it tears it down. These things are going to be important to maintain the charm, the beauty, the feel of Blowing Rock. And so I do feel like that there needs to be a subcommittee who is totally focused on the research and making decisions that fit with comprehensive plan.
Here's my take. I got a lot of negative feedback after the You all have set standards for Pine and Laurel, and you gave variances on height, building material. If you're gonna set these guidelines, stick to them.
I know, but Pine and Laurel is not in this downtown zone area
Yeah.
that complies
It is.
It is, yes, it is.
on the west, town
Height.
center west.
My whole point is,
It's in central business.
if you're gonna make these rules, stick by them.
But why have variances, the ability to have variances?
I think those are conditions are reasonable when you take a look at the overall project. I think what's going to be built is by far better than the original proposal and the original approval. Sometimes, to get an architectural feature, they could have met the code. They could have cut it off and you'd have had a building on one ridge line, and that would not have had the character that what they're proposing, in my opinion. But
Lower the ceilings.
Well, town council, stand up for yourselves.
Well, a couple of things is that I've always been impressed with our land use code, and it continues to get better. And one thing I would say is everybody wants to protect the charm of Blowing Rock. Well, the charm that Blowing Rock has is a result of the town code that we have presently. So it's working.
Except for the embers.
Well,
Okay. But, and there could be future
it is,
projects that are.
it is working. And what I would
That's-
say is that the devil is in the details. And I feel like we're kind of to that point where you, instead of saying these are the preferred materials, it could say these are the required materials. You have an option to put stone right now. It's like, well, let's make it, you have to have stone. You have to have stone columns. They have to be real stone. They can't be cultured stone. And I think that that is a next iteration of potentially what our downtown development standards could be. You could build one big wall. We really don't get into the details about fenestration and how long the wall can be in one flat plane, and the use of shed roofs and all these other kind of details that really give character to a building. So I think we have a really good grasp on the big items, mass and size and, well, not density anymore, but other things. And I feel like we're not the first to crack this egg. There are other communities that have these and really are hard and fast about enforcing them.
Can we get that specific? I mean, because you said Joey had said pull back for a while. I don't quite understand.
he was wanting to make sure that anything else that we added after the 24 statute changed, that would be compliant with state law.
Okay.
And so he was just, hold up a minute, let's don't add any more than what we've already adopted. But we do have some things that we feel like can added to the appendix that would, David's mentioning, material specific. These are required. These are the only types of features that can be added to a building in downtown.
You're wanting to take out the council's ability to grant any variances. You want to stick directly to what the book says.
No. I think the ability to grant variances is a good tool to have in the sense of being able to negotiate for other things. Let's say there's a project where we would love to see some green space, for instance, but they're not required to provide that. Well, maybe we can do a little else if they would agree to give us that green space. Maybe we allow them an extra foot in height.
That's what I'm saying. I don't want to lose our ability to be able to make that.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying that, no.
Cannot write a perfect ordinance that would, so that the end result is the Roanoke character. You can write, this is the framework of the standards that we want to see happen in a type of building in downtown or in the rest of commercial district. But you can't write one that meets every criteria, every grade change, every type of property, protecting trees, and for that sake, maybe we've got to do something a little bit different on the building that wouldn't otherwise meet it. So there's lots of things that the flexibility of conditional zoning or even special use, you can grant some flexibility in special use too. Both of those will still work. But we can, as a result of how projects have been developed, look at our ordinances. This doesn't fit. We can always tweak it. But now we've been given a difficult task with the statute change. Before that, you had free reign on how you could write your ordinance to fit your town. So you had a good result. It's just more difficult now.
Council, how would you all like to go forward with the formally formed subcommittee that has to be formally formed? Or defer to planning and zoning to make recommendations to planning and zoning board? So how would y'all like to go forward?
I don't know about David, but I'd just soon take it turn it back over to the planning, and if they wanted to put a subcommittee like they did the last time, instead of us going and selecting the subcommittee.
I feel like we really need to drill down on what it is we're asking them to do.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like there needs to be really good kind of marching orders. Instead of examine our
Me too.
land use code, and just kind of,
Well,
if we get something back, I'd really define what it is we're asking.
instead of saying preferred, maybe saying required, and giving that list of materials or what, natural rock,
Well, how about if Kevin
We did.
comes up with some
We
recommendations?
did that part.
About if Kevin's group comes up with some recommendations for you guys to pass on to planning and zoning, how would you feel about that?
That's where it needs to start. We need to bring something to you so that you can say, no, we're good, or yes, please take this to planning board.
Okay with that?
Study it in depth. Okay.
Oh, I was just the changes from the General Assembly you were talking about. It's my understanding that we can still do some of those things as long as the owner agrees to it, right?
As the owner requests,
Pardon me?
if the owner requests it, so a rezoning, the town doesn't have the ability to rezone property on our own. We can't change.
So short-term rentals, for example, if they want a project with short-term rentals, even though they're in that overlay, but we don't want them to have it, they could agree to that if we.
Yes, if they agreed to it, that's right.
And this is where what I'm thinking with what Doug just said, we can use variances and whatever to get something else from someone. If they want a special use, or if they want a condition. But do we really do that? Do we ask anybody, okay, we will give you this, but we want this in exchange?
That is part of the process in conditional zoning. The applicant generally proposes their conditions to apply. Through the negotiation and the public hearing process, the council can say, well, okay, we like these. We would like to ask that you not do short-term rental. And if they agree to that, they say, yeah, we're fine with that, and you put it in writing, the conditional zoning ordinance, then that's it.
But if they don't agree, we don't have to approve the project, right?
Correct.
Or we can say, okay, then we will give you this, but we want something else from you.
Right.
And that's.
There's a negotiation process.
Right. And I don't know that I'm really seeing much of that from the council currently. And I think the biggest thing that as we're looking at these codes and stuff, if we're gonna look at things and possibly tighten up the land use codes and the whole thing, I want to know that I don't like it whenever I hear somebody say, well, we were afraid to not approve this or we would get sued. That's been and I've heard that several times over the years in the council. So I want to know that we are looking at things so that we can tighten it up. If we do want to give a condition, that we're not just approving something because we're afraid we'll get sued if we don't. Notice that?
We did do a few things like with Pine and Laurel. You remember we didn't like the window that was on the side and we asked them, okay, would you do away with that? And let's add a little more buffering here on the side going up Laurel Lane, you know. That's where, you know, we have that ability to ask and
Right.
in order to do, and he could have said yay or nay, you know.
Do have that option. And some projects don't require, you know, maybe the condition, maybe they have one condition.
Right.
And you're like, this is fine.
And I agree with you that there are cases where, you know, if we don't want to if we want to allow an exception, that's okay. I just want to know that that we are able to request things and stick to it if it's not what we really want. Or negotiate with them and make sure that, again, if we're going to give something away, get something in return.
We had a special use permit many years ago for Bob Timberlake to go into where Mellow Mushroom is. This is before I was here. And they wanted to do the green metal roof. We didn't allow metal roofs anywhere. We want to do a green metal roof. We do them everywhere else that we have one of these stores. Council said no. It's blowing rock. We're not going to allow it. And they didn't. And they ended up putting a imitation slate roof, which fit in and blended in with the stone. And so that's, at that point, that's when it was clear. No, it's not in the code. We're not going to allow it here. You still have that. I don't think that's been taken away. Back in the old days.
Y'all good? Okay. We'll take a 5-minute break. session. Kevin, I will let you make the introductions.
Okay, great. All right, this is Bardell Smythe. And Mr. Smythe's blood roots date back to 1888 with his great-great-grandfather, Reverend Jethro Rumpel. Built the home at the corner of South Main and Globe, and that's Spring Haven Inn. Mr. Smythe is an owner and caretaker of a family summer home on Grandfather Avenue that his great-grandfather, Reverend Charles Bardell, built in 1899. Since 2001, yet and two other adjoining homes have been listed on the National Register of Historic Places as the Bardell Family Cottages Historic District. Today, Mr. Smythe serves as chairman of Boone's Historic Preservation Commission, which in part serves as a quasi-judicial body that acts on certificates of appropriateness for development and major work within the local downtown Boone Historic District and other designated local landmarks as set forth by a local design standard ordinance. So he's got a presentation to share with you.
So, thank you for having me. So I want to make clear that I'm not representing the town of Boone or the Historic Preservation Commission, and all of this is my experience and opinion. And why I'm here doing this is that I'm not a citizen, but I'm definitely a resident, as I learned to walk here. I got married here. My grandparents got married. I remember when there was a grocery store that could buy produce at the end over by St. Mary's Hills and the hardware stores downtown. So I deeply love and care for this town, which is why I'm here. So I appreciate the opportunity. So, and I only have 9 slides, and one of them is a picture, and this is the other one. So there's not a whole lot of in-depth data. So this should go relatively quick. And yes, I'm just going to read some of them to you. So, okay, what is an historic district? An area established to recognize, proclaim, and celebrate historically significant buildings, sites, areas, and landscapes within the community. What does that mean? What is historically significant? In essence, it's an area of structures at least 50 years old that maintain a high degree of historic integrity. Meaning the area more or less has the appearance and feeling of historic association with a particular historic period. I know some of y'all are old timers and remember, and downtown still feels very much like it did when we were kids. So, and that's a rare asset in North Carolina or anywhere. Historic districts may be established under federal law or state or local ordinances. Federal law recognition, National Register of Historic Places, which y'all are vaguely familiar with. So, authorized by Congress, it's the official list of the nation's historic places worthy of preservation. Includes both individual properties and historic districts. Individual properties like Westclo, Cone Manor, Tweets, and Railroad are individually listed. There's basically 2 different types of districts. The one that my family has, all of the properties in it are individually listed in the application. Then there's like the Green Park Historic District that includes some individually listed buildings like the Green Park Inn, as well as other structures that contribute to the historic character of that area. The goal of the federal recognition of federal listing is recognition, not specifically preservation. It creates no regulatory environment on property owners at all. So there are no restrictions of any kind. There are no protections of any kind. So if you want to take one of the buildings and paint it bright purple, you can do that. If you want to demolish one of the buildings and build a modernist car wash, you can do that. The National Historic Register does not prevent you changing anything. I mean, I would point out that the Green Park Inn is on the National Historic Register and it's no longer there. And if y'all remember the Daniel Boone Inn in downtown Boone, it's still listed in the National Register and it hasn't been there since the 80s. So there's no regulatory environment that impinges on the owners of any. There are property and historic rehabilitation tax credits available for listed properties. I'm not going to get into all of that. I can provide you information with that. And you had a presentation, I think, last year from the State Historic Preservation Office, which went over all of that in more detail than I know or can possibly remember. So, local government historic districts. These are about preservation of character. Established by ordinance for preservation, provides a legal mechanism by ordinance to ensure that changes to properties, new or new constructions in the district maintain their historic character or the character of the district. Once established, the local districts are administered by a local historic preservation commission, which is what I happen to be the chair of in Boone. So administered by local HPC, that's the last time you're going to see a GS number or anything else like that in here. But it is just a reminder that this is actually something that is set up and established by the North Carolina Journal. Creates an overlay district with design standards that they apply to properties within the district. So that just means that it's created by ordinance. It is written and approved by the local government. The State Historic Preservation Office would be happy to help you. They have a boilerplate. Boone has one that's similar to that, but you can change it any way that you want to. So it's recommendations, and it's just that, it's recommendations. It doesn't make you do anything. So that bright purple building and that modernist car wash, though, would probably, unless you have very strict standards, would not be approved. So does not prevent demolition, construction, or repairs, even with the regulatory environment that it has. You can still more or less do what you want. All development, major work, repairs, reviewed by the HPC as part of the permitting process. Approved modifications, get certificate of appropriateness, and denials can be appealed to the Board of Adjustments or whatever, I guess, is the appropriate body. And there are possible property tax deferments available as well. We take advantage of, or some people take advantage of those in the Boone area and other places. We take advantage on the Darnell cottages and some of the federal ones and some other ones. Western North Carolina towns, there's 80 mountain towns in Western North Carolina, towns and cities. 38% of them, or 47%, have historic districts of one type or another. 18 of those, or I think it's about 22%, have local historic preservation commissions. So these are the houses. This information was, excuse me, the research on this slide, and there's some posters that are over here that have the same information on it, with detailed data about downtown Main Street buildings, was prepared by Carol Gilliam, who served on the downtown subcommittee. So some of these are individually listed, like the Kirk House in West Glow, Green Park, and some of them are districts. But those are the ones that are in Blowing Rock that you already have here. So snapshot of downtown Main Street. This is the data, wrong slide. This is the data that Carol Gilliam put together. So preliminary research demonstrates the downtown area of Blowing Rock has a remarkable degree of historic integrity and is sort of an ideal candidate for listing. So key takeaways. The National Register listing provides national recognition of the town's historic value. It does not restrict property owners' rights in any way. Local historic districts provide a locally approved and controlled regulatory structure for the preservation of an area's historic character. Many towns, almost half in Western North Carolina, have national register of local historic districts, both large and small. Blowing Rock has 9 properties on this list, including 2 districts, the Green Park and Montana. Downtown Blowing Rock is an excellent candidate for a National Historic District designation. And downtown Blowing Rock is also an excellent candidate for a locally controlled historic district. That is the presentation. That's the core of what historic districts are, what they do. And for the rest of this time, we can go back and look at slides where I can answer some questions, since I'm in the unique position of both helping to establish a federal historic district and being the chairman of the Historic Preservation Commission.
So if I'm a property owner in downtown Blowing Rock, why would I want there to be a historic district out there?
Well, it depends. Historic districts tend to increase the property values and value of that area. I mean, there's data on this. But I understand. So I understand that, but that is one reason. And another reason is simply the pride in this very small community is it's some way to get together. Now, if it's a federal district, is that doesn't restrict you in any way. So there's no real downside to having a federal district. It doesn't affect the property. It imposes no regulatory structure. Just the exterior of the building.
We have codes in place deal with that already, right?
I am blissfully unaware of the regulatory environment in the town of Blowing Rock.
I'm sorry, for a national register of historic places.
Okay,
Historic district.
we do not allow the audience to speak during these sessions.
Oh, well, she's part of this team. Is that the presentation team?
Thoughts?
I don't know.
You don't mind?
Yeah, I think it's.
Okay.
One sentence. A national register of historic, National Register of Historic Properties, Historic District, does not restrict the property owner in any way. So it doesn't affect the exterior, it doesn't affect the interior. Green Park is an example of a property that's listed on the National Register that was torn down and going to be rebuilt, but there are no restrictions at all. The restrictions come with a locally controlled historic district that's established under state law and Blowing Rock ordinance. And then you have
Design
issues,
standards.
then you have what Vardell is talking about.
So the difference with the federal one and the local one is that the local one, there's basically two things that the state law prevents local HPC from doing. They cannot prevent you from demolishing the building. If you want to demolish the building and build something else, you can do that.
Right.
So, and that's specifically in the state statute that it has up.
But correct me if I'm wrong, I thought I saw a bullet point up there where the commission, historic, can approve or not approve exterior.
Only the exterior, it only applies to the exterior of the building.
That's when it's an overlay district.
Right, and that is only with a local one established by local ordinance from your local devised ordinances and design standards. It would go to the HPC, and then it would go to the Board of Adjustments.
What are we presenting on an HPC or a national register?
I want to say, okay, let me tell you why I've put this on the agenda. The first reason is because I think there's a lot of misunderstanding about what these districts are and how they're defined. And so I wanted to get some experts who really know what they are to come and present so that we can get an accurate understanding. So that's the main thing. I am not promoting that we need to have an HPC. I'm not promoting anything. Except, personally, I would like to see downtown Blowing Rock have some sort of designation as historic. Let's go back to the slide of all the towns in Western North Carolina that have these districts. And we have signs up downtown that say historic downtown. What does that mean? What does that mean? I think because I'm a data person and I'm a facts person, historic district, that's just, those signs are marketing.
Yeah.
Only. So,
Isn't this just a sign of marketing?
no,
If it has no restrictions,
no.
let you do whatever you want to,
Speak to that.
With the federal listing for the National Historic Register for an historic district, is that it does not confer any protections. The research that comes out of the listing does give the town a wealth of historic information about who owned those buildings and what their proper use was and what they were used for at the time and all of those other things. And if you're interested in history, it's a fantastic resource. Now, we all obviously know the downtown Blowing Rock is historic. But the big difference between the federal listing and the local listing and the state listing is that degree of actual control and protection. Is it the federal one? Is it recognizes it? It says, this is what it is. It's really neat. People love historic districts. We obviously love an historic district because we existed, right? The local one, which is controlled by the HPC, that's the thing that actually has an overlay district. Could possibly accomplish that through other means. I don't know. I don't know anything about the regulatory environment, but it gives a framework to do that. with a specific group of people who look at the brickwork and that know something about, those sorts of things, like, that if you want these buildings to exist late, have a long lifespan, the kinds of practices that you would do in order to repair and refurbish and replace and look at things on the outside of the building. It's just an additional check to make sure that the local buildings in that area meet those standards. And then it goes to Board of Adjustments. Typically it comes, at least in Boone, it comes to HPC from planning and inspections. They already look at, they either give, say, yes, these are, things you can and can't do. Then it comes to the HPC. The HPC might have a couple of suggestions. It's like, we would rather you do that, not this. But ultimately, most of those, even if we were to deny something, the entire time I've been there for 3 years, we've never denied something, is that it could go to the Board of Adjustments and they can say, yes, that's fine. And so it's just another check by people who are specifically looking at the historical integrity of the area.
Okay, question for you. Okay. I own one rock attraction. We're on the National Historic Registry. Again, Green Park Historic District. Okay. Do you have to do that and then the next step is the overlay? So you don't have to do the National Historic Registry.
Nope.
But with the National Historic Registry, as you stated, there are absolutely limitations on.
None.
Okay.
Zero.
That being said, okay, because that's something that's always brought up.
Right.
But we don't want to be limited to what we can do. Now, are there any benefits to me being in a National Historic Registry right now, today?
Depends on how you look at the word benefit. I mean,
Give us an example.
Yeah, give me an example. Tax or?
yes, you can get tax deferments on property tax. I'm not getting into the weeds on that, but I don't know them well enough. But if you look back at the presentation SHPO gave, they go through all of those things. So, and I'm sure that I or somebody else could get you that information. But yes, they can give you a decent property tax deferment for having an historic building.
That was the June town council meeting, right? So you can go back and look at that. Okay.
Yeah, I looked at it online. It's
July.
quite good.
Well, with reference to a HPC, what I came back from the state presentation was that we aren't a good candidate. So because there wasn't a consistency, we have old buildings, but we have a lot of infill newer buildings too, and that we did not have a density of historic properties to really have a district of any significance. So I'm confused about that because I feel like I'm hearing something different in this presentation.
Right. I would say that depends on how you're looking at it and generally when you're looking at characterizing an area, there's something called the period of significance, is the area, the time they're looking at. I think the downtown Boone burned, Blowing Rock burned in the 30s, 23 or something like that. So nothing is older than that. But you do have an awful lot of buildings that were built between that period and into World War II. They were looking at a much narrower period of significance, but that's a recommendation. That's not a mandate. If you do the research and you put it together, even the park, it's a memorial park built after, in response to World War II. That's an historic area. The old historic library that's there, that's an historic building. The old bus station that Footsloggers is now in, that used to have a hardware store, that's an historic building. They were looking at a very narrow area of that. That's a recommendation.
So this shows you from the intersection of 221 and Main Street to the churches south on Main. 23 buildings were built between the 1870s and the 1920s. 12 buildings were built between the 1930s and the 1950s. 15 buildings have been built since the 1950s. 4 have been constructed in the 21st century. So when you look at these numbers, you see that we are a good candidate
and you compare us to those other towns in western North Carolina, we're a very, very good candidate.
So if you, I mean, because that, the SHPO didn't look at the two churches, didn't look at St. Mary's and Rumpel Memorial. It didn't look at Springhaven, which is one of the oldest structures in downtown. There's a lot of things it didn't look at. As far as I can tell, it only looked at the CBD, kind of the solid, well, not the park side, over there. Those are historic buildings too. So that just depends on the scope that they were looking at. But, I would respectfully disagree with them. I think that a whole lot more of that area is actually the candidate for.
Dave and Charlie and I walked with them, and we went every building from Mellow Mushroom all the way down to the churches. And a lot of the problems have the old buildings, but a lot of them have been renovated past to the point that they did not really consider they collected enough points to be considered historic.
And I'm not a historian. I don't know all of, I didn't mean to interrupt you, I'm sorry.
No, that's fine.
So I don't know all of the ins and outs I'm looking at, but like, the main structure of Rumpel, it's basically the same was when it was built. The main structure of St. Mary's, it's like it was when it was built. Springhaven has been remodeled a bit, as in some of the other buildings. But a lot of them do maintain a high degree of historical integrity. I mean, I don't do this for a living. I'm not a professional doing this. But looking at that information, it seems like that can be done. Also, SHPO can't tell you, as far as I understand, what you can and can't do with it and what the balance of the district could be. They can make recommendations, but if you choose, or whatever group does it, chooses a different period of significance, you can ultimately move that around. So, because it's not just what's significant, but what is significant to the town and the character and the feeling of the town.
Okay. So, going as a national historic district, can the town generally apply for that?
Well, the town, the official role of the town government in that is none. You don't have to do anything. If 50% plus one of the owners,
100% of the property owners.
then they can pick somebody to apply or organization to apply, and that would be done. So obviously, with an HPC, the town will be deeply involved with that because you will have to, look at design standards, establish an ordinance, get input from the people that need to have input, and then find several members, for another town board, which I understand the difficulty of that.
But again, I'm not advocating that we set up an HPC. I just want to clear up any misunderstandings about the different types of historic districts. And so that we can be clear that we do have, regardless of what the women who were walking in the snow with us that day from SHPO have said, and they've not done an inventory of our town, of the buildings in this area. So regardless of that, I think it's something that,
So essentially, okay, let's say you're at Rumpel, you're Kathy at Rumpel. Kathy at Rumpel can apply, get a group together and apply for that section of town to be in an area.
Yes.
Right?
In theory, the two
It's a way
churches
to start.
can do it and make their own.
Yeah, so wouldn't that be with the churches and then coming down Main Street, getting some of those property owners to buy in would be really the first way to go, would it not?
right, yes.
Or let
but
me ask you
again,
this, can the town, seeing we own the park, we own the library, we own town hall, could we apply for the National Historic Registry?
Yes, we could. That's not what I'm advocating.
Okay.
This is information that I want the town council to be aware of and staff and everyone. I think that there is a kernel group of people who reside in Blowing Rock who are willing to take the work on because the main thing first that has to be done is a very specific inventory of all the buildings
Wasn't that
that, well, it needs to be done now, not 10 years ago or 5 years ago. It's not been done
And the inventory,
in a recent period of time.
15 years ago,
It's a more detailed, in-depth
is it?
inventory.
Okay, okay.
so
Who
it,
would do that?
A professional who does those.
We would hire them to do it?
Well, the town, I'm taking us out of it.
The town would?
It would be an organization or a group of people. It could be the Historical Society. It could be a group of independent individual residents who take this on.
I would say that when we established our district, we hired a professional historian to do all of the research. I mean, we knew a lot family-wise, but they did interviews with different family members and other things like that. And we learned so much about that property and the people who built it and other things like that, that we didn't know, even though we've been there for 6 generations now. So it's a much more in-depth investigation. So.
And again, I'm not, you may be sitting there like, okay, well, the town, if Kat says the town, we don't need to get involved, why is she presenting this? Because we are an integral core of our town, and we talk to a lot of people. And if we have the facts right, then we can communicate that to others. So that's really one of my main goals, is for us to be clear about what the possibilities are.
And as far as, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, is there any downside at all to us being listed
If federal, no.
tax-wise?
Tax-wise, no. I mean, unless, you would have to the property owners would have to individually apply for tax deferment or whatever else like that. It's not granted automatically. So that it imposes no regulatory environment at all on
I
property.
can see an advantage from a tourism standpoint of being listed.
Town pride.
And town pride. Why would we not?
Lose a little bit of tax money.
Well, and that's it, we would lose tax money.
Would we?
What?
How
If it's tax deferred,
Yeah,
it would not be coming in.
It's replaced by the state or federal government. You don't lose it.
Okay.
oh, really?
So,
But I will say, when you do this, when you do the tax deferment, now you fall under a category where you're required to do certain things or not do certain.
well, it's not that you're required to do certain things. If you dramatically change the bill, and this is my understanding on it. So is that if you dramatically change what would be the listed status of the building, then, or tear it down or replace it with a modernist car wash, you would need to pay back, I think it's 3 years of the tax deferments you receive.
Okay.
But the fact that we have already been talking this morning with Kevin and talking about our ordinances and code, I mean, we have a lot we are going to have when we're finished and completed all that work. We're going to have a lot of things that people will need to abide by if they tear down a Hannah's and build something else. But this is a cachet for the town. And when I think about our little historic town and I look at the list of all these things, I'm like, I find that I'm incredulous that we don't already have it.
I agree with you.
And that this continues to be a conversation that is just misunderstood and erroneous. So anyway.
Jenny Stevens with the Historical Society pushed it years ago, okay? And she was the one that spearheaded the Green Park Historic District. She had a lot of success doing that, but for some reason, I don't think she had much success in downtown. And I think a lot of it was due to misinformation.
It's easy to confuse, and you think that federal would impose more regulations. It just doesn't.
They don't.
I mean, the only entity that it really affects, that if the federal government wants to permit a cell phone tower where Sunny's used to be, it would never happen. Then, or 4-lane Main Street, which is never gonna happen. Then they would have to look at that it's an historic area, and they would have to try to curtail any negative effects, that those things produce. But short of something like that, that's not gonna happen. I would say that the other piece of data from this is that y'all did a Plum Rock Appearance Survey in 24-25, I think. You had like 300 and some respondents, which is about half as many people as voted in the last general election. 96% of those people said that preserving historic buildings in downtown was a top priority. Half of those people said it was the most important priority. So from my standpoint as a resident but not a citizen, it seems clear that the residents would very much like that downtown area to be protected.
And to have some sort of cachet, like National Historic. We're on the town is on the National Historic Registry.
Yeah.
So basically, that's all. Thank you so much,
You are very
Cardell. And if anybody is interested in possibly getting involved, see either me or Carol Gillum.
And if you
And-
have, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no.
And if you have any more questions or anything, I mean, other than Boone, I'm happy to come back and talk with people. So about how the nuts and the bolts of this goes and about how historic preservation do and don't do stuff. And as far as, I mean, you already have this, the few things that HPC does in Boone is the town council directs us to research things. Here you have your own historic group. You really don't need that. The only other thing we do is meet to look at a certificate of appropriateness. And sometimes we don't meet because nobody needs them. And so it's not that big of a burden for a commission.
Off the record,
Yes, sir.
who's in your home now?
Who's
On
what?
grandfather. Who's in the home on grandfather?
No one. I have not been there in 2 weeks because it's a sheet of ice.
I'm getting ready to say, he can't get up to this home last time I saw it.
Our neighbor,
You know it's home.
pardon?
It's home.
Yeah.
On it.
My kids told me that years ago.
Oh, yeah. I've had lots of people that have said that. We have had hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people through that house over the years. Thank you for the opportunity to come and talk.
Thank you.
I'd like to
Thank
say
you.
one more thing.
I dearly love this town and hope this helps somebody.
You're like,
Thank you for your time.
okay,
Thank you.
we have some materials over here. I'd love for you during breaks or whatever to come look at that they have prepared. And primarily Carol has done a lot of research and she has all the buildings on this area that I was talking about. When they were built, the size of them, the current occupant, and who the original occupant was.
Library on there,
It's all on here.
up town hall.
It's all on here. For this whole area from 221 to the
Park
church.
Avenue, Park Avenue. No,
No, it's just Main Street.
just me.
So it's really, really interesting stuff. So I encourage you.
Could that be turned into a brochure for tourists? For example?
That would be, I would let either.
I can't answer.
Your chamber drive out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could see this being pulled.
So essentially, I know this has been brought up many times through many years. But I think moving forward, if the town and the council so chose, they could spearhead this project with focusing on Memorial Park, 1888 Museum, Town Hall, the library, and thus further across the road, get the chamber involved with the chamber building for at least a small section of the National Historic District and start from there. So just a thought.
Would you like to get involved in the endeavor?
I just think that,
Hear my cell phone ring.
yeah, I agree with that part, but I think if it goes on further to the businesses, then I think the town council actually should probably stay out And
I'm
let
just
us, yeah,
speaking town property.
right, and let an organization like the Historical Society or somebody else handle that
I
part.
think the council only gets involved in town.
Town park, yeah.
Which is 1888, the park, town hall, library.
Well, so we would be involved in those properties when the inventory is being developed.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, guys. Thanks for coming. Thank you so much. Braving these 3 feet of snow we got today. All righty.
You on?
Yes, I can.
Keep rolling?
Y'all want to take a little break or you want to keep rolling?
Bro?
Keep
Rolling.
rolling? Keep rolling. Workshop, workforce housing,
One more timeline.
planning director. Well, we've seen a lot of you.
No, one more timeline. At last year's retreat, council decided that they want us to study workforce housing. And council moved to have planning board do that in April. And the planning board followed up and formed a subcommittee to study workforce housing. And we have 4 members on that subcommittee. And we held our first meeting in May. We worked through summer and fall. And then we met with Rich Kaplan, consultant out of South Carolina, to discuss workforce housing and his experience in other similar communities. And so we've got new council. And before we continue on, we have, as I mentioned, we have a contract to consider with Rich Kaplan. I want to know he wants to continue to pursue this, and if you do, I think that Rich could help for us. He did present a presentation to the subcommittee, I want to say September. And I asked him, I said, do you have the ability to help us move forward with this? And so I've got a contract to consider. First would be a targeted workforce housing initiative. It'd be 9 to 10 weeks. And then a comprehensive housing needs assessment, which would include that workforce housing initiative, included all of it, 14 to 16 weeks. And the price is $12,500 or $19,500.
Kevin, my question is, who is this for, number one? Number two, didn't the legislature, the bill we requested, didn't even go out of consideration and they got thrown out
That was for us to operate.
for us?
Yes. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about how do we provide incentives if we want to for developers. And first, identify what our needs are. Do we have them? We all feel like that we do, but have someone that has done this before. Let's look at Blowing Rock's needs are for workforce housing. What type of categories that you would have, and how do you determine your average median income? You would use, you would probably use the county and not Blowing Rocks. That's the difference. Boone, I think their median income is $28,000.
Who's going to enforce this?
What do you mean enforce it?
Other areas have public housing, okay? Workforce housing. But their public housing departments oversee this. Understand the whole philosophy, because I grew up here when all your large businesses had housing for their employees, farmhouse, maybe manor, Green Park, Country Club. I guess my real question is, and
I don't know.
I'm in real.
To answer that first
In
question.
favor, as a business owner, I wish I could supply housing to some of my employees, okay? That's a definite company benefit. And I see what we're trying to do. We're trying to get like John Winkler or a project that could come up with 7 acres to provide housing for their employees, correct? Is that pretty much,
I don't know yet, Charlie. I can't really answer it because I don't know who would enforce it. We are, although it's been a year, we really are just getting started, and we need someone that has experience with this, more so than we do. But we're just trying to provide incentives if that's a possibility. We're not trying to be the ones to require it, but say, for example, if you wanted to do, you had a set density and you're going to provide housing in a certain property, the incentive would be, okay, you can increase the density if you provide X, so many workforce housing units. We don't know what that is or what the parameters would be, but that's kind of the direction that we're going, is what kind of incentives would be possible.
What I've seen is that if you've got 2 units that are workforce housing, set rent rates for that. But what I don't know is how they verify who gets the apartments at that set rent rate. And I think to your question, could it be the developer's friend who could afford to pay the rate, but they got the set rent rate, or is it truly the working poor? And that, not working poor, but working middle class, maybe.
my concern with this too is you have Jim that has one of these units. He works for ABC company that's subsidizing it. He decides to change jobs. He's not with that company. Now he's got to get evicted. I mean, there's so much to this, so many moving parts.
Well, I feel like what this is more on the feasibility side of it. And I feel like where you're coming from is really the nuts and bolts piece of it.
Yeah.
Like,
I guess so.
should we even consider workforce housing? In terms of initiatives that we could give to developers, not necessarily who's going to enforce it and manage those type of things. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Should we spend that kind of money, taxpayer money, assessing this for private developers?
Well, I think,
I'm just asking.
I don't know that we're assessing it for private developers no more than we assess design standards for private developers. I mean, at the end of the day, this is good economic development, in my opinion, that the people that work here can live here. So I look at it from that perspective, that I'm not figuring out something for a developer. I'm figuring out something Lone Rock could use. And this seems more like feasibility. Is this even a good community to talk about workforce housing? Is the price of the land just ultimately going to kick us out of being able to, that anybody's going to, no matter what initiative or incentive we offer, can we even offer enough to entice someone to do workforce housing? I don't know, and I imagine that's what this is supposed to answer.
Right. I don't know either. And
I think obviously you have a challenge here. Just, we have staff that drive 30 and 40 minutes to work each day because they can't afford to live closer than that. We have people that live in Mountain City, Tennessee that drive to work here. So,
But you have people that drive 30 minutes that live in Charlotte to get to
Yeah.
work. So, I mean, I don't know that that is so much the issue. What I look at with this, what has Mr. Kaplan, what successes has he had with other communities like ours? Because I agree with David, our property values are so high.
I have noticed that just about every development now in Boone is putting partial workforce housing in with their plans. You look at the new RC piece, you look at the one up there where the driving range is, they're putting a percentage of what they're building to workforce housing.
So that would have been a good thing to require of some of these short-term rental peoples. If you want to build a short-term rental complex.
Like Tanger.
Yes. Before you give that permit, say, you need to have,
But I think I think their main reasoning behind that is just like us as we were talking about the permits earlier, it's a thing that they're offering, a fruit that they're offering in the town. Hey, I'm going to give you some workforce housing if you'll let me do this. But just about, from what I'm noticing, just about all the new developments that's coming up in Boone now have put a percentage of workforce housing in their development.
One major difference between us and Boone, land.
Oh, yeah. Well,
But we can't require workforce housing.
right.
Let's put it that way. Chapel Hill does, Davidson does, we're not going to. We can't. It's inclusionary and we're not going to do that.
How is Boone doing it?
Developer proposed
Yeah.
Developers doing it.
incentive.
That-
So from our perspective, if we have an incentive to increase density, if you meet these certain, we don't know what the threshold is and the criteria, but back to the AMI, for Boone, it's $28,000. The county is $51,000. Flowing Rock's $128,000. So if you do the math and do $128,000 as the average median income, you can't afford it. You just simply can't. It's 80% of the AMI. So that's 100,000, 90-some thousand. 30% of that would be your threshold for providing housing.
I even thought
I can't.
it was outrageous. I think one of the examples that they gave in the paper for the one development, it was still $1,200 a bedroom.
That's right.
You know, that's still, to me, a lot of money.
I thought those numbers were very high.
You know, and I thought that's based on what Boone's is, you know, and, you know, you can imagine what that would be here. You know,
So I guess my question is, do you want us to continue to pursue it? Secondly, if you do you want us to use this proposal? Rich to consult with us, I could look for something else, or come up with something on our own. I just don't have the background in dealing with these topics.
Where he says targeted workforce housing initiatives, what does that entail? That's wide open.
Yeah.
Best I can do is just read it to you. The goal of this assistance is to enable the town to facilitate public-private partnerships for the development of workforce housing as recommended in 2024 comp plan. Specifically, it's our understanding that there are three major developmental opportunities: shopping center, Tanger, or Shopton Parkway. A brownfield development, which I don't know what that's referring to. And the hospital or the Foley Center, in which workforce housing may be able to be incorporated in each potential site development. So this is targeted. Let's look at these three places and how it can work for each one. The comprehensive would be, let's back up and let's look holistically at everything in town and what would be a reasonable incentive and how would you structure that in your code? Again, not requiring people to do it, but if you want to consider this, we may bump the density or we may do something as an offset to provide workforce housing. How it's all structured, who enforces it, I don't know. We haven't gone that far.
I could see if a business wants to offer housing to a manager or to their employees, I think as a town, it is going to be, especially living in Watauga County, it's going to be very difficult to effectively accomplish workforce housing. How do you know that it's, look at the students, and if a student gets that workforce housing unit, and like Charlie just said, they're working in Blowing Rock, but what happens when they don't like that job anymore and they go to work in Boone? Do you evict them? There's a lot of management involved with this that how do you oversee that?
That's up to.
I don't know.
It would be, I mean,
Right.
I think from a business standpoint, what was that? Oh. From a business standpoint, if I want to offer that as an incentive to my employee, then that's up to me to decide, not the town to decide.
I
Does
think
that make
back in the
sense?
day, that's the way the businesses ran.
Yeah,
They had to.
Costs were different, for sure.
That's true.
Plus, we're getting a little bit overlay back and forth between employee housing and workforce housing. You know, workforce housing, just with the statement you just made, said, you know, if you fit the qualifications for the workforce housing, it doesn't make any difference you work in Boone, Bowen Rock, or anywhere, as long as you meet those qualifications. Now, employee housing is where you get into what you were talking about. So with workforce, there's not that stipulation of you have to live in Bowen Rock to qualify for the workforce housing. That stipulation isn't there.
Those are two separate entities, though.
yes.
Laws are different.
The developer for the 7 acre piece, his intention is to eventually provide housing for his employees that would work.
That would be wonderful.
Yeah, I think it's great.
But how are we involved in that?
We're only involved in the development part of where would it be located, what does it look like, how many units, that kind of stuff.
And any incentives that you.
If you felt like you wanted to provide incentives because he's doing that, you could. We just don't have any in place.
But those units would benefit him solely.
Yes, that's his.
Not the town.
But that
So-
being said, coming from our earlier discussions today, the council, when hearing a particular case for property like the 7 acres, can throw in initiative or incentives. If he comes to the table and says, I'm going to provide workforce housing at this particular location, can you lessen the density? The council does have that.
Increase.
Right, we can, right,
Increase it.
I mean, yeah, increase.
yes.
Yeah. If the conditional zoning process is used correctly and to mutual benefits of the community and the developer, those kind of things come out of it.
But if we did something like that, then it's what Charlie just said. We need to make sure that those additional density units are used for workforce
Follow
housing.
through, yeah.
Don't ultimately be more.
The backside, make sure it's managed and maintained and enforced. I don't have it.
I don't know how we could legally do that.
Yeah. I wouldn't want a developer to take advantage of that.
Above my pay grade.
Well, that, this wheel, we don't need to reinvent this wheel. It's happening now in other towns, in North Carolina. And instead of us having to do, this is where I think you hire an expert who does all that research, who sees which format might or structure might also be used in Blowing Rock.
Rich was manager in Vail, Colorado, and they provided.
They did it.
They did it. And he does have background in it. And there may be,
Doesn't
Colorado.
Vail also do it as a municipality?
Yes, that's what I.
Yeah, they're legally, we're not.
We have a unique situation that I feel an expert would be able to grasp. And, if it's employee housing and the employer is providing it,
That's the way it's.
the employer dictates and manages all of that. But, if we want to do something that is more affordable for people to work, to live in Blowing Rock, that's a totally different scenario. And an expert would have to advise us if it is feasible.
What would you guys say? I think there's a desire among all of us, if we could do it, we would. If we could do it, we would. And I feel like a lot of the discussion is about exactly how we would manage it after it's in place. And what I'm more interested is how do we get it in place, not how do we manage it after it's in place. And Adrian Tate on the Boone Town Council is a good friend of mine, and I actually talked to him a little bit after at their last meeting. They just approved a project that has workforce housing, so I called him up and congratulated him on that. I would be happy to engage with Adrian or any of the other council members over there. It's like, how are you doing this, and ask these questions and bring back that report. And then maybe we could consider this. And I would invite anybody that wanted to have that conversation with me to go and do that. But just to kind of put that feeler out and see how our neighbors are doing it. And then maybe come back and say, I think this would be a good idea. In reading through this, though, it seems like he just wants to focus on the feasibility of those 3 properties. And I'm more interested, how can we get this into our code and position ourselves so if someone wanted to come and do this with us, we have something in place to provide that.
It's a good idea. It's a great idea. You don't mind?
I don't mind at all. In fact, I would enjoy it, and I would invite, how many of us can go talk at the same time?
I like to hear.
Anybody else want to look at this?
I'd like to know how Boone's getting, what they're saying, what they're doing, and what incentives they're offering.
Even when they got to the decision point and you read what the price points were, it's not great. I'm not faulting
So you've
the
seen
Boone
You've
process.
seen it.
It was $1,200 for
$100 bedroom.
For a bedroom.
100 for one.
Well, and here's, the college is building housing on the old high school property. Have you looked at the price of those? Even the professors are saying, we can't afford it.
I can't afford to look at anybody else when I'm still paying over in Knoxville. Because I don't want to know what everybody else is doing, because I feel like I'm probably paying more than anybody around.
But they're building it for the
Much like-
professors and people that, the staff and the faculty is saying what it's going to rent for is too expensive.
It is.
So
Why is it so dang expensive to build here? I don't know.
it shares a common area.
We can get away with it.
One room that shares a
Get
common
it.
area, that's not a one-room apartment by
Yeah.
yourself,
It's cute, you think it's only going to.
really.
Bedroom.
It's
It's
one
like
bedroom
students.
What's on the lease?
with 3 other rooms.
She's moving.
It's essentially student housing. That's what this, that's what all these apartments that are going up, you might have 5 bedrooms. You can rent one, you don't know who your roommates are gonna be. And so they can lease 1 bedroom at a time, and if that person breaks their lease, then the other, nobody else is responsible. Whereas when I was in school, if you wanted to rent an apartment, you got people together. And if one person left, you just found somebody else to move in.
Doug, do you remember what the other units going rate was?
Oh, the ones that the colleges got up there?
No, the one over at the old TRW,
Yeah.
Yeah,
regular units.
the regular units was going for $1,600 and $1,800.
Bedroom?
Yeah, it's.
That makes me feel better.
I mean, you were getting a reduction, but 400 doesn't seem, 400's a lot, but 1,200's not. The overall
I know.
picture of it is still high, and
David's right, we're in the wrong business.
So one of my daughter's friends rented an apartment. She was gonna move up here and work. She wasn't a student. Rented an apartment. They put her in with 3 students, and she said, I'm not a student. Well, she ended up having to move. Now she's responsible for that lease. she has to find, even though there's a wait list of people for these properties, for these rooms, if she doesn't find a replacement for her, she's got to pay it out. So I mean, I personally don't know that this would really benefit Blowing Rock. You might feel differently as a business owner with employees, both of you. Who else? You've got employees. But I personally feel like it's almost going to be a wasted effort. If, let's say the Hampton Inn came in and we explained to them how hard it is to find employees and they want to turn 2 of their rooms into permanent residences for employees, that would be a different thing, and that's on them. We might give them permission to, do something different in those. Does that, you know what I'm saying there?
I could come up with, I could look at the numbers and give you some. I don't know that I don't have enough background in that, but I could look at density, square footage, AMIs, and I could provide you something. This is what'll work. I don't know.
I can tell you what people did in Key West too, because we had a tremendous workforce housing shortage. You had businesses building apartments on, going up and building an apartment for their workers on the second floor of their buildings. Restaurants were buying up houses and turning it into a multi, similar to what we're talking about here, where you've got 4 bedrooms and, but the businesses were primarily doing it. So, I don't know.
Well,
I
David,
just.
You don't really have that
I'd love for David
opportunity
to talk
here.
to. Do some informal research. Yeah. So,
Did you want to look at that?
That's good direction for me.
Any other thing on that? We're a little bit of ahead. Rather than taking a break, would y'all like to either get the board appointments info or maybe hear about, if Thomas is ready, the council chambers audio, but try to get a few more things done before noon?
Yeah.
What would you prefer to get?
We do shuttle discussion?
no, because I have
Somebody coming.
Amy Robbins coming and I told her 1:15.
Okay.
Okay.
What about the council chamber audio video discussion? Okay. Is that good? And then
Yeah.
maybe if we get that done quick enough, we'll hand out the board appointment stuff too.
Okay.
Okay?
Sounds good.
If you need to go. Good.
Thank you.
I might have to get.
Yeah.
For the handoff.
Thanks,
I'll go with
Kevin.
I don't know. Thank you, Kevin.
You're welcome. I'll go with you up there.
Coming back later, Kevin?
Is there food?
Yeah. Hey, Thomas.
All right, so this is just kind of a follow-up on, you guys had a gentleman come in and speak at council a couple months ago about upgrading AV, audio, all that stuff. This is just kind of a discussion to get that started. So I can tell you the soundboard that is in there is from 2008. It still works. Obviously, we're in a little different world now to where we've really rigged that to do something it's not meant to do, and that's all these online streams, and that causes audio problems within the council chambers where your speakers don't really work correctly. And the audio on the videos is okay, but it could certainly be significantly better. In terms of video, what you've got is an old security camera up on the wall that we're just grabbing for a stream. That's another thing you could obviously significantly upgrade. Really, it's up to you guys how far you want to take this. That council chambers could be utilized for all kinds of Zoom meetings and conferences and whatever you really want to do. But the more you add, obviously, the more complexity there is. And our biggest stopping point when we first looked at this was how do we make this simple enough for anyone to walk in there and just do it? And that's where you get expensive. Because the simpler you make it to use, the more complex it is on the back end. So, Tasha's not here today, is she? Okay. We, a couple years ago, had about 25 grand in the budget set aside to look at this. And we got a quote back for $90,000.
How much?
90, which we're not going to do. That's far and above what you guys really need, but it is going to cost some money to completely overhaul that AV if that's something y'all want to look at. So
I think we need to, Council.
I think, I do.
And I think Thomas, can you come up with 3 different options for us cost-wise?
quotes.
Yeah.
Of some people.
It's like, I think you've patched the TV in the lobby to try and run off that panel back in there too, and it really wasn't designed for that, was it?
No, nothing in there was designed for what we're doing. I mean, the fact that it's actually works and runs is pretty amazing because it was never meant to do any of this stuff that we are doing with it. But it is a thing where if you are going to upgrade it, pretty much everything in there is going to have to be replaced. And it's, yeah.
Let's look at audio, video.
I mean, we're looking projector, new microphones, new speakers that actually work inside where you guys are so people can hear. The way it works now, because we are streaming, that old system, it causes a feedback loop and we just can't play audio in there. But with a new system, you'll be able to.
And be able to get the split screens where when somebody goes to the screen up there on the wall and still talking, you know, the camera will be able to, you'll be able to see what's being presented.
What do you mean?
Well, like right now, the camera really doesn't focus.
Oh, yeah, gotcha. So you want multiple cameras?
Well, I want to be able to see if somebody's in there presenting something and they got it up there on the wall over there, you don't see what they're saying. You hear what they're saying.
People at home don't.
Right.
That's right.
Right.
Just to see that individual?
Or can we do a split screen just off the computer, you know?
Yeah, we can do that. I actually do that. Like I've got that when you guys have a presentation up, I've got a split screen of that and y'all.
Right.
Yeah. Now, the gentleman that came in, his problem was,
Well, Frank,
Audio.
he's right there.
Yeah, audio.
hey, is that it's so far back, you can't really see anything with the person. Is that correct?
And you can't hear.
You can't
And
hear.
you don't know who's speaking.
You're watching online, you can, it is hard.
It is because that audio system, it's
Closed caption, right? Correct?
so YouTube will auto-generate closed captions live and for the recording. Now, obviously, the clearer the audio, the better those auto-generated captions will be. So, yeah.
Are y'all
Yes,
okay with that? Have Thomas come back with 3 options?
Absolutely.
Thomas,
Yes, ma'am.
so one thing that I find difficult, when there's a map up or there's something on the screen and the person is talking and they're using a pointer,
Yes,
that is never picked up.
correct.
So if there's a way to facilitate that,
There's ways to do kind of a general digital pointer where it just shows up on the screen, which means anyone at home will also see it.
okay. And I don't know, I mean, I'm looking here are these just like television screens or that,
Yeah, these are just TVs they had here.
okay,
We're just feeding into.
okay.
Go
It's a
ahead.
lot clearer than seeing the projection.
So a projector upgrade would significantly help.
Okay,
Your projector is fairly old too, and depending on the money you want to spend, you can get one that stays that large or even larger that's clearer than what you have now. So that would be worth looking into. And then one other thing that has been mentioned to me from other people is when they are up there having to present on the projector, they're turning away from the microphone to present. You can't hear anything they're saying. So the two options there are more of a general room mic that picks up audio anyway. Problem is it's going to pick up any audio in that room. The other option is podiums with a built-in screen where they're just looking at what they're presenting, doing whatever, and then you guys see it.
Right.
Yeah, again, money.
Exactly.
Thomas, do you have an opinion on whether a projector or a monitor is best for us?
For up on that wall, if you want to keep it large, I would say projector. And we can get some these days that literally sit a few feet from the wall and it's 100+ inch view. So it's a lot brighter and clearer. Can you get just a screen that big? You can. They are very, very, very expensive.
Is there a type of paint we could paint that wall with where it would project better?
Yes, you can either put up a screen or there are screen paints where that wall is just a much better color to be able to.
Is that color approved?
It's like
I do like the idea better of having the built-in microphone into the podium and just picking up that part versus having to listen to somebody coughing and somebody, Charlie whispering to somebody back here in the back, and all,
the screen that they can see, basically like if I had a presentation here, I'm looking at it.
Right.
I'm not turning to.
You're not turning to the.
Okay, got it.
Any other requirements or, okay, so about 3 quotes from, okay.
Start.
Three.
The last thing on that quote, and we've got to get more clarification from town attorney. IT projects in the code is a little bit different and it might require an RFP. So we just got to get clarification on that and I'll let y'all know. Yes.
All right.
Thank you, Thomas.
Until the website thing later.
Like board appointment info?
Yes.
Yeah.
I didn't, Charlie, I didn't. Started to talk.
I already forgot. What important?
But I had to say was.
I knew that, yes. Here.
next meeting, you will get a ballot and you will vote who you want, and then I'll tally them up. So you have the applicants, I've separated it out by each board. We just kind of do an attendance, so y'all know who attends and so forth. And, it's a volunteer board. It's hard to attend every single meeting. I made notation if it was not, so like typically TDA, they only have 4 meetings a year, but sometimes they'll have special meetings. So maybe they didn't make a special meeting, but that counted against their attendance or whatnot. Kevin, for Board of Adjustment, that one's a little different, so there's no record of that, because we found that when you do the attendance for that, it's a little hard because they don't all serve.
Yeah, we just had 3 meetings last year, and the regular members attended every one.
Yeah.
So we don't require the alternates to be there, so.
It just got a little confusing doing the attendance, so we kind of did away with that. BRAC is a board that they don't meet as much as they used to, and so we're having a hard time getting people to serve on that board. We do really need people to serve on that board because they hold the 501c3 for us to get our donations for the hanging baskets. So it really is an important board. So there might be an opportunity, there's a lot of applicants for planning board, maybe to reach out if they don't get chosen for planning board, maybe they would be willing. Or if you have somebody in mind, because Kat did that a few years ago, that might be good to serve on that board, it might be good to reach out to them and ask if they would be interested. We don't necessarily have to know by next week. We can always do a special.
BRAC is also our tree board and our public art, just so you know.
So we really need people on that
And
board.
we're meeting monthly, but realized that it was not worth meeting monthly if there wasn't anything to discuss. So there's,
And I think on that one, there's one who's up, he didn't want to reapply for that one. But we also have 3 vacancies, so we really need people on that board.
Is that the one we were calling Barb or something?
Yeah.
Is that going away?
We just started calling it BRAC again because it's
Thank
easier. That's how we know it as. But they're more because they are the tree board and so forth.
Gotcha.
So they have a little bit more duties.
BRAC is back.
If you have questions about any of the boards, you can ask the department heads that are over each board. You can call these people, you can email them,
Okay,
whatever you want to do
thank
to
you.
kind of get a better idea about them. And then if you have a question about who does what board, just let me know. But y'all can have those kind of through them, and if you have any questions, just let me know.
So
What did
the
we ever do about
alternates, what
code of
is that?
ethics?
Kevin would be the best one to explain the alternate.
Yes.
Would you explain the alternate position?
Alternates are simply, if we don't have enough regular members to serve, alternates are available to come in and serve.
So like if somebody's gonna be out of town?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
or something at the last moment someone gets, we like to provide 5 at every meeting.
Okay.
We can meet with 4, but the applicant would prefer that we have 5.
Is that the only board that has alternates?
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
And then we also have
I thought we had said that they could.
Board of Adjustment, an ETJ member that also serves on the planning board. ETJ member only serves when the case is in ETJ, and we haven't had one in years.
Okay.
That's Woody.
And we do have one thing with the Board of Adjustment, we have a current alternate
Right.
that is actually requesting a full-time seat, right? So then we'll be missing an alternate. So Kevin can explain that too.
What?
I know, I just want to make sure.
So, yeah, Paul McGill wants to serve, he's an alternate, he wants to serve, full-time. So that would be up to y'all.
Okay.
And Paul has served as an alternate in a meeting or 2.
And if he does move up to full-time, then we'll have an alternate, right?
We'll have an alternate.
Position, so then you'd have to appoint an alternate.
Okay.
It gets to be confusing, but with those boards, I can try to help Kevin, whoever.
Thank you.
Melissa Pickett, she's in it.
Double the schedule now, we've got parking enforcement update. Cassandra Reed and Chief Nathan Kirk. Chief, you lead the way there.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Council, Mayor, thank you guys for having us down here today. I'd like to introduce Cassandra Reed. Most of you guys already know her. She's my telecommunications supervisor and parking supervisor. So I'm going to hand it over to her and let her cook.
Absolutely. Hopefully everybody had a good lunch.
Yeah.
That's always a fun time after lunch. So what I've done is I've built a timeline from the time that we started talking about doing the parking enforcement. And this is how we're going to go from the time that we started to looking at hiring the 2 new positions all the way through today. Actually, some of the stats I have at the end actually go through the end of July, or I'm sorry, end of January, since we pushed this back a little bit more. So I have a little bit more number for you. So starting with the timeline, the town council meeting on May 13th, we had posted 2 vacancies for the new parking ambassadors, and that was approved by Shane Fox. He told us to go ahead and post for it. So when we came to town council, we requested to interview and proceed with the hiring process of those 2 parking ambassadors. We also were told that we said that we would begin this parking enforcement around Mother's Day weekend, which is normally what we do. Normally it's Memorial Day weekend. We try a little bit earlier because it gets so busy. And also the parking enforcement based on the current parking ordinance, and that was dated August the 8th of 2023. So we decided that at the June 10th council meeting, we would talk about the passport parking software contract, which Chief Kirk had presented also at the May town council meeting, and discuss changes to the parking ordinance. So that would all be coming up at the June 10th council meeting. So after the May council meeting, what happened? Well, during the interview and hiring process, we could move forward with. We hired 1 part-time parking ambassador. He was going to be hired as a patrol officer. So we had him doing parking enforcement until we got the 2 parking ambassadors hired, and he was able to go on the road. So it actually worked out really well to have somebody just for the parking. He worked from May 23rd to August 23rd of last year. He averaged 32 hours a week, and he was trained by our prior parking ambassador. So just to give you a heads up of how long this process went, we started the process in May of actually contacting people to interview. And this is just a breakdown. We reviewed 22 applications. We selected 10 people to interview. We had 3 that interviewed. And you look at it and say, oh, gosh, only 3 people? Well, I'll tell you why. 5 declined to interview due to pay hours, and the job wasn't what they thought it was going to be. 6 didn't respond to the request at all for an interview. 3 canceled without a reason, and 2 accepted another job. So this was a long, drawn-out process that was very, very irritating and didn't know what else we could do. I would call people and explain to them what this position was about, and they'll be like, no, this is not for me, or it just doesn't pay enough. Okay, so we interviewed 3 people within that time frame. So again, we started the the scheduling the interviews on May 13th. Our first interview was May the 29th. A couple of weeks after we started going through the interview applications. The morning of the 29th, that the person that was coming to interview called and canceled. And this is what went on entirely through the time that we hired these other 2 people. Yeah. So we continued the process through August 13th. August 18th, we hired 2 part-time parking ambassadors. They're scheduled 24 to 28 hours a week. They do 7 days a week of parking enforcement, April through October. November through March is 6 days a week, which is Monday through Saturday. They enforce the parking. During that time, they were issuing handwritten parking citations, and we would enter them in through our records management system at the police department. So that's the way that we were doing it before we have the new system, and we're going to talk about that also. And when we talk about the hours, the winter time, as you see, the snow, they don't need to come in. There's no reason to come in and try to do any parking enforcement. So those are the only exceptions to that is be weather related. But other than that, 24 to 28 hours a week is what they're working. So moving forward, on the June 10th Town Council meeting, Chief Kirk was contacted by T2 Systems, that's what we use now. After he had presented the passport presentation at the May council meeting, we had someone contact us from T2 Solutions Systems and wanted to give us more information. They were a competitor with Passport. So on May 22nd, we had our first introductory Zoom meeting with them. On the 27th, they gave us a quote. The 29th, we had a pricing meeting with them via Zoom. So we came to the June 10th Town Council meeting, and we presented this, Chief Kirk did, and became known that this T2 Systems would be more cost effective, and it gives us more options than Passport. So it was approved that we're going to increase the parking fines, purchase the T2 software packages and the equipment. The parking enforcement remains in the same areas, so nothing changed within the town of where the parking enforcement was being enforced. So, and then leave the parking times at 3 hours. And the parking hours changed from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Saturday and 1 to 5 on Sundays. So that was all accomplished in the June 10th Town Council meeting. Any questions so far? Good. So these were the increased parking fees. The overtime increased, the first offense increased from $10 to $20. The second offense increased from $15 to $30. Third offense increased from $20 to $60. The only other increase that we had was for the failure to pay. The 30 days increased from $25 to $30. And those were the increases. Everything else remained the same. And that's what we have right now, and that's what we are enforcing. So we decided to move forward with T2 Systems after the June Town Council meeting. June 12th, we had a follow-up meeting. I submitted to them the updated parking fees, what that had got that approved from the council. 25th of June, we did a follow-up meeting. We had the finance director, the IT director. We kind of had a timeline of when this was going to be implemented. They told us 60 to 90 days once the project management team was assigned to us. We knew we may have to do a budget amendment to afford to pay him for the T2 Systems. And also, Chief Kirk had emailed the town attorney the agreement for him to review, for a legal review. Our next meeting with them was July the 9th. There was no legal update given from the town attorney. July 16th, still in legal review. They needed an order form, which is a new customer form filled out for them to move forward. And then we discussed who would be sent the agreement and who needed to sign that agreement. July 23rd, the agreement was approved by the attorney. The DocuSign was sent to Chief Kirk. The project management assignment should begin sometime September of 25 and go live October to November of 2025. That was the timeline that they had gave us from T2 Systems. Continuing on the 25th of July, again, we still needed the completion for the finance link. Chief Kirk was contacted with the finance director and trying to get that set up. The signed agreement was received to T2 Systems, and then the new customer form completed, and then they would continue on and place it in the implementation schedule. And again, they said once that started, that it would be 60 to 90 days when we go live with it. So that's what we were thinking. Well, we never heard anything else from them after that July 25th. So much communication between me and Chief Kirk, him talking to the finance director. They had not gotten any kind of invoice. So on October the 1st, I emailed T2 Systems, told them that the finance department had no invoice. They responded back saying that the invoice would be sent after the implementation was completed. Well, we never got notification that the implementation was completed. So after my email on October 1st, we were assigned a project manager. So now we start moving forward again. So after the project manager was assigned, we had a kickoff meeting on October 28th. October 29th, we began completing the setup guide for the software. That's where we go in, the fees are built in, any kind of wording that we want on letters, anything like that. We started building that up, and we built that within a couple of days. They were highly impressed with how quickly that we set this stuff up. On October 31st, we began weekly status calls with the project management team, and that still continues today. Every Friday, we have an updated call with them. They're checking on us, asking us if we have any questions, and they continue doing that, making sure everything's running as smoothly as possible. On November 12th, the handhelds were delivered. There was a delay with the handhelds. They got held up in customs, and it took almost a week to get them out. So once they got out, a couple days, we received them. And then on November the 13th, we had what they called the cloud, and that's where we created the software. We started creating the software that would create for the patron portal. That's where people would go in and pay the tickets. So we started creating all that from the backside. November 24th, we had one full day of administrative training because they asked us, when do you want to do the training? We need to do it before we go live. We're like, give us the earliest date you got. And that was the quickest date that we could do it, was November the 24th. We did all that training in one day. We went over the cloud system, data configuration, e-commerce, which is the payments that come in. The patron portal is where the violators go in and pay their tickets. The user management and administrative for new clients, and complete handheld overview for the new clients. So again, that was all in one day. December 1st was our soft launch, and we went live. After we went live, I still continued doing some training. That way I knew this program inside and out. And I can say that I do know it inside and out. But these are some additional trainings that I did: dashboard reports, real-time data reports, notice configuration management, ticket processing payments, and hearing adjudication processing. So again, over 9.5 hours of additional training that I took to make sure that I understood this software program, because I knew that it had to be right before we could push it out. The public is going to see it. It's got to be right. So this is what was posted actually on the Facebook page, if you actually saw that. That is our handheld, which is basically a Samsung phone with a printer on it. That is basically what it is. And then over to the side, you can see the violation ticket. That is what is left on the windshield of the violator. And this is the dashboard. So once we go into the system on the handhelds, this is what the first screen is. I thought you might want to see what it actually looks like. And then this is our dashboard, and it gives us options to do. We can issue a ticket, chalk the tires, and we can actually duplicate. The ALPR is a license plate reader, so we can actually just go up to the license plate and it'll read the license plate without manually putting it in. And this is how they're issuing it. They're asking for the vehicle license information, the location of where the vehicle was at, what type of vehicle, make, type, color, what was the violation, what the total fine is for that violation, and then they are required to take at least 3 pictures that will be printed off on the ticket. On the ticket, there'll be 1 picture. That's only one. But once they go into that patron portal, they'll be able to see all the pictures that were taken. And then if they need to put any notes in there, they can put notes. If it was parked more out in the street, or, something was more besides just the fine itself or the violation, they can put some extra notes in it. And then they print and issue it, and then it goes on to the windshield of the vehicle. This is the chalking. This is called a digital chalk. So there's no more going with the handheld chalk and chalking the tires. So people don't even know that their tires have gotten chalked because there's no evidence on the tire at all. So what they do is they go to the chalking screen, and you can see they choose which tire that they're chalking, and then the little hash marks is kind of like the clock. So they would put like left rear, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that's a digital chalk. So I've seen people before, I've been out walking around when it's been warm weather, and they'll go up and they start wiping that chalk mark off of the tire. Well, they can't do that now because it's digital and they don't know. They don't know it's been chalked. So this was really, really cool. This is a feature that I think that really sold us with that, was having that digital chalk. And it's actually printed off. I can go in and run a report on that ticket, and it will tell me the chalk time. It will also give me the coordinates of where they were at when they chalked that tire. And I can click on them, and it brings me up a map, and it shows me exactly where it was at. And this is just another screen that we have, issue tickets. So if I need to go back in just on the handheld and see about an issued ticket, or if they need to reprint a ticket, they can go to that screen and just reprint it. And that happens sometimes. Sometimes you have printer issues and you have to go back in and you have to reprint it. So that's where they can actually go in and do that. Talking about the GPS features, I can actually track where my parking ambassadors are. So if I'm looking and saying, like, well, where are they at? You know, I can bring up the screen and I can see exactly where they're at. Of course, this is showing them being at the police department because I took the screenshot of it when they both weren't working, so they were sitting at the police department. But it will actually track them where they are at. And I can actually send them alerts if I need. If there's a vehicle that's parked in the middle of the road and I need to alert them about it, I can send them an alert through that handheld to let them know. And again, this is a violation ticket, and I just broke down what information is on there. Of course, you're going to have the ticket number, the issue date, time, license plate and state, the vehicle information, violation, amount of fine, any notes, amount fee. I see you giggling over there. I was like, that's a perfect example right there. You can see it from the other side now.
An illegally parked.
If you could see, he actually put a note on there. Where was it? Yeah, right here it is. Yeah.
Lane was verbally
Repeat, that's it, repeat offender.
Verbally abusive. So that's where the notes would go. So we were excited that these handhelds were in, so we wanted to have a little bit of fun. So that's what Chief Kirk did. He went out and done that. He comes back to me like, look what I put on. I'm like, okay, cool. Then I said, look what I got on this slide. He's like, oh, that's great. So this is all the information I have. And again, it'll have the amount of the fee. It actually even has the dates on here. So a 30-day from the issue. So this was issued 12/1. On 1/1's 30 days, it tells the fee will increase to $50. Which is a $20 fine and a $30 fee for 30 days. And then 60 days will be $131. It increases to $80. So if it's $20 the fine and a $60 late charge.
Lane, the mayor cannot help you with this.
And so the other, so again, I'll have one photo of the vehicle on the ticket. Again, once they go in, they can see all three, and I'll show you that slide here in just a moment. Payment information, and this is what's printed off on those tickets. It says you have committed the parking violation listed above. If payment is not received within 30 days, your fine will increase. You have 3 days to dispute the parking violation online. Payments are online for the web address. There's a pay by phone option, and there's also a QR code that they can scan. And then again, we put on there, no payments will be accepted at the town of One Rock or the police department. We want it across the board. We want everybody to know it's online only. We can't accept anything in-house. I'm just trying to make, and that's for anybody. If anybody comes to the PD, I try to tell them, if it's been issued, follow the instructions, and even business owners. I know they're going to get written because we don't know all the business owners. We don't know all the employees. But I've explained, if you'll just go on there and say, I'm a business owner of this business, dispute it, it'll be gone. Because we're not here to punish them at all. We're the violators. That's who we're after, not the business or the employees. but I just wanted to be across. So yeah, so we can see this nice little vehicle. Once you go onto the Patreon portal, they'll be able to see every photo that was taken. So they won't just see that one, they can see every one of them, because they can say, well, yeah, that's my car, but no, I was not parked illegally, or I wasn't parked in the wrong direction. But with the pictures, you can see, oh yeah, you were. So that's another good thing about the photos, is it proves why we're writing this ticket.
Is Lane in a handicap spot?
Chief, where was it?
I qualify for that particular.
So the e-commerce reconciliation report, we get these every time a payment comes through. So I think almost every morning this week, we've had a payment come through. And there's been more since that I did the numbers that you'll see here later. There's been more payments that's come through, but we get this every time a payment is paid. And it'll tell us the date, the type, the ticket number, the amount of violation, late fee, the total amount remitted, and then the source of the payment. So these are pretty neat. I wake up in the morning, I get my phone, and I see, I'm like, okay, somebody else has paid their parking ticket. Lovely, I like it.
That's what you look at in the morning?
Well, first thing I do is well, yeah, because I know that what's going on. Yeah, it makes me happy. Makes me happy. So let's talk about unpaid parking tickets. Again, we talked about what the fees were going to be. So once that they get to the 30-day, I get a notification on the system, and it tells me I have so many tickets that are overdue. So I go into the system, and I created the letter, the wording, and I'll show that to you also. But it tells me, okay, I've got to print these off, and I got to send them off. So it keeps it in sync. I don't have to continuously keep looking at dates to say, okay, 30 days, all these tickets have got to go. The system tells me automatically, and it creates that letter automatically. So again, a violation fee, 30 days is plus $30. 60 days is the violation fee plus $60. And then failure to pay after 75 days from the issued violation date, so from the time that they were issued the ticket, and we began this last Saturday, they will go through a collection process with this system. So they do have a collection, and they will be charged 30% plus the fee and the 60-day late charge. So it totally goes out of our hands, and it goes through this system. And that 30%, again, is charged to the violator. It's not charged to the town. So everything that is going on is charged to them, which it should be. They're the one that's done the violation.
The 30% goes to T2?
Yes, it goes for their collection process. Yep, it sure does. So this is a 30-day notice. This is what I send out and this is the information that's on there. And again, it tells all the information, the date of notice, the plate number, and then it says our record to indicate that the parking ticket listed below has not been satisfied. You may resolve this matter by making a payment online at the website provided or phone number to pay by phone. Payment must be received within 30 days from the date of the notice. Failure to pay will result in additional fines and costs that will be imposed upon you. Continued failure to pay, the balance will be turned over to a collection agency. So we're telling them on that 30-day notice that, hey, if you don't pay it, there's chances it's going to be turned over to a collection agency. We're letting them know.
Does this have the address on it?
It does, but I whited it out.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to make sure we weren't having to look up.
It has it up here.
Okay.
It has it up here, and you'll also have the plate number and the state, but I just whited it out.
So you don't have extra work.
Yep, absolutely. So like I said, I just go in and I check a box, and it prints this out for me. It puts all the information already in there. But like I said, this is telling them, hey, we're serious about getting the violation fee. If not, you're going to have continuous fees, and you could be turned over to collection agency. But these are what we mail out, and we're mailing them out several times a week now because we started on December the 1st. So anything after January 1st is start doing the 30 days. And I've actually mailed out to 60 days. Yeah. So they're going to get close to that 75. So we'll see if they pay it or not. But yeah, I've actually had two. And this is a 60-day notice. Same information. It just says our records indicate that the parking tickets listed below have not been satisfied. You may resolve this matter by making payment online at the website provider or the phone number to pay by the phone. Payment must be received within 75 days from the date of the issued violation. After 75 days, the balance will be turned over to a collection agency. So they're getting notice here too. So once these letters go out, and by the time they get to wherever they need to be delivered, they've well got, if it takes a couple of days to get mailed out, then they've got anywhere from 10 to 12 days to make a payment.
So does this, Cassandra?
Yes.
Does it say payment is due, or it says payment in full must be received within 75 days from the date of the issued violations? Does the person who is getting the ticket, do they have to calculate what 75 days after that issue date is?
No.
Or it's up?
It'll actually have a due date.
Okay,
Yeah, it'll have a due date of when they actually need to have that paid.
okay.
And then what I do too, and it was an extra step, but I thought it would be good because you mail these things out and people are like, I don't know what I do on a parking ticket because I lost it and figured nobody was going to do anything. So on the back of these letters, I print out another copy of that parking ticket. And it has those dates on there, the issue date, when the 30 days date is, and the 60-day date. So they have it all right there. Yeah. Because I know how people play games. So I was like, okay, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. In case you have lost it, I'm putting it on there. So it is actually on the back of these notices, taking that extra step. All right, we talked about looking at some numbers. So I went back to 2024 just to kind of do some comparison. So in 2024, these are all the locations for all the tickets that were issued. And of course, we see Main Street is the highest. 216 tickets were issued in 2024 from Main Street. And like I said, it lists all of them down there. I think the second one was Glen Burnie Trail. We had a lot of issues with that last year. But this is 2024. So you can see how many tickets were actually written in the busiest months that we had.
Those were handwritten.
Yep, those were handwritten. Yep.
The process.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, those were paid.
Yep, everything was handwritten until December 1st of last year.
And that was
Yep.
without not full-time, right? It was just part-time work.
Yep, we started those two parking ones started in August, and then they did a few handwritten ones, and then we went to this new system. That's what happened. So the tickets by violation 2024, we had a total of 440 issued tickets in 2024. 207 paid, 214 didn't. And you can see the numbers on that. So total paid, a little bit over $3,600. Total overdue, a little bit over $4,000. Still in unpaid parking tickets. Yep. And again, that's with the old system. That's not the system we have now. Now looking at 2025, the locations for all the tickets. Again, Main Street's always the top, 245. Maple Street had 118 because people were parking in spaces that were not spaces. Glen Burnie had 71, and I think most of those was in a 1 week period because it got busy that 1 week. It was really, really busy. So you can see how it's progressing, how many more tickets are being issued. And you can look from August through December, that is when we had 2 parking enforcement people working. So every day through October, and then they did 6 days a week in November and December. So you can see how that's went up. So let's look at the next one. So by violation, we had a total of 618 parking tickets issued in 2025. So you can see how much that went up from 2024. Total paid was 277 tickets. Total not paid, 302 tickets. So total paid that we got was almost $6,200. Overdue was a little bit over $6,200. So 50% of each. Yeah.
There's some not paid but not overdue yet. Is that the?
No, this is just what is for last year. The ones in December would be through the new system, but this is only through what our old system was. So what? Yeah.
It's 277 plus 302, the 579, but it's 218. Is it that some weren't overdue yet?
That's a possibility, yeah. Because again, I put in the December numbers, and the fees across for that one is in the new system. So I wanted to do just the numbers, but the 277 and the 302 for those numbers is from the old system. The December is just what I broke down for you of what is being done for each type of violation for the month of December. That makes sense?
And 6,000 were paid?
$6,000 was paid and 6,000 wasn't.
What caused the difference in the number of paid versus previous years?
Previous years is nothing was enforced.
Okay.
Yeah, they got a ticket, they knew if they didn't pay it, nothing would be done.
Okay. So y'all started really enforcing and.
Yeah, they can't do that now. Yeah, they cannot do that now.
So let me be clear, the 2024 unpaid will just remain unpaid.
Yep.
What about the 2025 unpaid?
25, yep, until through December 1 is when the new system started. So through November in 2024, that's the old system. So that's all unpaid. Yep,
And never to be paid, most likely.
yep, never to be paid.
Are y'all still?
David will collect this from a 30% fee.
Yeah.
Are y'all,
I won't, it's going to have to be more than that.
Yeah,
are you gonna still try to collect the ones from 25 before the new system that haven't paid yet? Okay.
There's no system.
it would be a lot of time and money spent.
Not
Okay.
affordable, not feasible, yeah.
There's
Okay.
no system.
I mean, basically, that's what it is, it's just not worth the time and the money for it.
Okay.
But like I said, with this new system, the fees get tacked on,
Good.
and it goes to the collection agency, and then they have to pay it.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Plus, they're in there as first offenders. So if there's a second offense, third, correct?
Yep.
Yeah. Can you explain what you said, if it's a business or employee, you do something different? Can you?
I don't do only thing I've tried to tell them that they either call me on the phone, or they see me out, or they'll come by the PD, and they'll be like, I got issued a ticket, but I own this business, or I work here. Okay, no problem. I still want them to follow the directions on the screen, because once it is issued, you can go on there and dispute it. And all they have to do is go on there and say, I'm a business owner of this business, or I work here, and I had to park out on the parking on Main Street, then I can go in and dismiss it. Yeah.
Why would we?
Why?
Well, I'll tell you, the only reason is because like weather now, their parking lots are solid sheets of ice, so they can't park where they normally do.
But what about in the?
But not if they're just, I don't feel like I want to park in my parking lot. I know I just want to park on Main Street. That's not the issue. It's, they have to give me a reason why that they are parking there. And that's been the reason why, is because their parking lots are icy and they can't park there.
But ordinarily, that's not gonna be the case.
Right, yeah, right, exactly. Not like in the summertime, they come and say, well, I'm going to park on Main Street. Well, why you got to park on Main Street? Well, because I don't want to walk. That's not a reason.
Yeah.
You know, but I understand the parking lots being icy. Get no ideas. But you know, they're parking, that's been the main thing. Like I said, the parking lot is icy and they can park there, and I totally get that. I really, really do. And that is the exceptions to the rule.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I know, you know, if you let them park and continue park, that's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
And that's not fair. Yeah. All right. So tickets by location for January, just this past month, 32 Main Street, 2 Sunset, 2 Park Avenue, and 2 Pine Street. Of course, it's not very busy, but that's still pretty good for January, especially when we've not had anybody doing parking enforcement in January before. And then these are the violations. Of course, the overtime is the big thing. We had a total of 34 issued. And again, this is the end of January, these numbers, and there has been more that's been paid since then. But as of January 31st, total due from the issued tickets for $695. Total paid was $295. Overdue was $400. And again, that has changed. Because like I said, almost every single day this week, I've got an email saying these have been paid. And there's been a couple of them that's been late. They were late ones because I see the late charge. So they went in and they paid it because they know I'm going to have to pay it. And they're going to be held responsible for it. And so this is just a summary of looking back to 2024 to current. 2024, 440 tickets, 207 paid, 214 not paid. What the totals are. 2025, we had an increase of tickets issued of 71%. Total paid increased 56%, and overdue increased by 58%. Something had to be done. There had to be a system going in play, and that's what we have right now. So in January, again, these numbers have changed. They're a little bit higher for the paid because we've had more that's been paid over this past couple of weeks. And just to sum up for what we've had since we went to T2 Solutions, starting in December 1st, we've had a total of 119 tickets issued in 2 months. Total of a little bit over $2,700 in revenue, or total for the issued tickets. Revenue, we've got over $1,300. Total unpaid, a little bit over 13, so it's half and half. And again, those numbers are different because I've got several that's got paid this week. So at January 31st, we were about 50-50. But again, they're getting those late notices. They don't pay it, they get those extra charges. If they don't pay it, it's going to collections.
Any way of backing out or what with expenses there
I'm sorry,
versus expenses
expenses of,
on what you have for the month? Does the company get so much from the parking fee?
they get that 3%?
It's like a 3%
Yeah.
processing
They
charge.
get-
Yeah, that's what I mean. This is just backing out the expense account.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and then we get what's a violation and then any late notices after that. Whatever the late charges, we get that. But they charge, I think it's 3% is what they charge.
All the fees that they get don't come from the violator. So the town's not losing any.
Right, but I mean, I just wanted to see if that total that she gave was minus the expenses
No, that's our total.
or her part.
Yep.
You say it's from the violator, so if I owe $50, I'm gonna pay $51.50 or whatever.
Yeah, whatever, 3% on top of it, yep. And they keep that part and we get the violation fee and any extra charges, yep. Any questions?
Well, I am very encouraged. I mean, very encouraged. I mean,
Thank you.
from the numbers, when you brought your 2 ambassadors on, and from the 1st of December through the end of January, it's gonna only get better.
Yeah,
I
exactly,
mean,
yeah.
I am excited.
And I'm really glad that we started with this system during the slow season, because when it gets busy, it's going to be wide open. I'm in this system every day. It's just, there's a lot of information and having to mail out the letters and making sure that everything is working the way it should. I'm in it every day. So yeah, it's just going to get busier. But I'm glad that we have now time to get comfortable with it. And when the busy season starts, then it'll really ramp up.
Have you kept your 2 ambassadors?
Yes.
Good.
Yep.
How long does it take them to walk length of the city and all the areas they're enforcing? I assume they walk from one end and back and then.
It depends. I mean, I don't really know exactly what.
Yeah, it varies depending on how many chalks that they're doing and different things like that. Now, when it gets better weather, we also put them on the golf cart and they can go around a little bit faster to
Yeah.
different areas and stuff like that. So it really varies.
Yeah,
I mean,
it
they can be out
varies.
for an hour, they can be out for 20 minutes.
Mhm.
So it just depends on how much volume we have out there, in the streets, how many digital chalks that they're having to do and things like that.
How long does it take to do a digital chalk? Is it just scan the license plate? They've got,
Just like I showed down at Spring with the tire, it had a picture of the car and then the tire. All they do is just mark it. They'll hit which tire it is and then what one, and it'll come out like right rear 3 or whatever. And so that means the right rear tire and at number 3 on that marking.
It's marking valve stem on the
Yep.
tire.
Yep.
Do we have a monthly software fee for P2 or anything like that?
So it was an upfront contract that included the software, the hardware, the paper, everything. 3 year?
3 years.
contract? Yeah, 3 years. I
Yeah.
think came in under 15,000, 14 and some change.
But we don't pay anything monthly other than that 1.5%.
Now, see, there's an option on there for the late notices. They do a lookup and they'll mail out the notices or we don't touch it, but it's an incurred fee to the town. So
Yeah.
what we decided to do,
Just do it
we
yourself.
can look it up, we can mail the letters and stuff like that and avoid that fee.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I do the lookups, so that doesn't cost us anything, and then I get the letters out, and then we get them mailed, so, yeah. there's no
could you
cost
do
to
it like when my daughter gets, goes through the toll roads and I get the toll bills all the
Right.
time, but I get them by email.
Yeah.
Email rather than,
If we have a violator that has paid the ticket, they usually have to put an email address in there, and so when I go back into the system, I'll look at who's paid it, and then I'll take that email and I'll put it into their owner information. So that way, if they get a violation again, we can email them the notice.
but we don't have like the DMV emails that they have where, okay.
Now, this company offers
can.
that. I mean, we could get a vehicle with LPDs on it and and you literally drive down the street instead of walk, and it automatically is doing it. But the capability is there, but that's not what the town decided on doing. If we ever wanted to move to a paid to park system, this company is also able to do that as well. So it can grow as the town grows, or however the council decides for parking moving forward.
Have you had many people that came into the office and want to pay their ticket?
Very few.
Yeah, it's actually going really well.
Yeah.
Okay.
That stops the transfer of money from us to town hall. It's all digital now, which is phenomenal.
Yeah.
These tickets you
How do you guys feel about the number of people that you have doing the ticketing and chalking? Do you think that that's going to be adequate in the high season?
I think so, and if not, they don't both work at the same time unless we have a busy time. And I can always go out and do parking enforcement also. We have 2 handhelds, so if only one's there, and I did that last year several times, it was a busy season, so I went out and I wrote tickets too.
And something else we brought up with the company before, back in '24, some of those numbers were officers writing parking tickets and citations and things like that. Since we've done away with the hard copy, I'm gonna have to go in and make a new ticket book to display what we have now, to kind of mirror what we have on the digital side. And that also gives my officers to write an ordinance ticket, they can use that as well. Talk to the company about putting the QR code on there, on hand printed ticket books that I can give out to the officers. And they said we can't do that.
Yeah.
So all the money will still go the same way, but then the officers also have the ability to write a parking ticket without using the handhelds.
Right, yeah, and I would manually input that into the system, yep. Doug?
Great job, great presentation, Cassandra. One of the things that's been bothering me a little bit here lately is who is enforcing the trucks not using the loading zones?
So
I'm still having a problem with
I had
that.
officers talk to truck drivers and things like that, and also contacted the chamber because it'd be a better way for them to contact the businesses like, hey, tell your suppliers that they need to use the loading zones. It's probably maybe 45% of the trucks I've seen actually utilizing the loading zones. Other ones, they're here so early, they're like, oh, it's not gonna bother anybody, and we'll just pop in right here in front of the store. So they're not being utilized as much as they could.
Are they being issued a ticket for blocking the streets?
There have been tickets issued for that.
Because
What is that ticket? How much?
That was listed on the.
Yeah, it was listed on there. Let's go back, oh, wait a minute, hang on. Let's go back.
Do we have enough loading zones?
There we go.
Blocking and something.
For the fees,
$50.
look at him, he's on top of it.
Is it 50?
I'm gonna go $1 bottle.
Anybody, higher? Nice. Anybody?
I saw loading zone. Wait, there it is, 25.
$25 for loading zone.
And we've written people loading zone tickets for being there, and they're just parking.
Yeah,
They're
oh, yeah.
blocking the load.
Yeah.
Misuse.
cars or golf carts.
Do you think the loading?
And I know
zone
that's
ticket
an
should be
issue in
more?
Boone with, like, if somebody's just dropping something off at a business, they pull into a loading zone. Would we ticket someone like that?
So they have a window there to where they could whip in real quick and get out. I mean, because our guys are, and gals are walking, so they're not gonna catch every single violation, of course. So, I mean, if they're there 10 minutes, 15 minutes, they'll get away.
It's hard to keep them all in one spot at one time.
But if they're doing something like that, they ought to have their flashes on just to let passengers know that I'm dropping something off or picking something up,
How does this work with the golf cart that doesn't have a plate?
That's a great question, David. We issue these.
We have pictures.
The sticker.
We issue these stickers and we register all these golf carts. So there's a way to look up the VIN number on the golf cart if we issued the permit for them to be driving in town.
Yeah.
So if that doesn't work and it's not registered, that's a separate ticket, but then they have to register it to the town so they would have a plate. It's a little bit more tedious, but there are parking citations been issued to carts on Sunset specifically.
Yeah.
Well, should we should we make every cart require a plate? Can we do that? Is that a
I
state
think
thing?
the easiest way to do that is once we have, so we put a sticker about that size on the windshield of the golf carts, assign a number, and that'd be the easiest way, because then we can.
Cost me $50.
Yeah, but is that gonna work, is that gonna work with T2?
We can tailor this system so detailed that I'm sure we could make it work.
Okay.
It's got lots of bells and whistles.
It absolutely does.
It sure
It's
does.
a great program.
So I'm with Doug about being so annoyed on, especially Sunset, with these trucks that just pull, in the opposite lane even. I mean, let's say they're going toward 321, they're delivering something to Bestseller, they just pull in that lane. And the traffic is trying to get around them. And I think that they should be fined $50. I think that they should be fined more than $25.
Well, I mean, that's a state citation at that point, impeding the flow. So, yeah. So, I mean, that's beyond parking. If that's the case,
That's
also
true.
for the opposite lane of travel, and they're stuck and just parked in the middle of Main or Sunset, like what you're talking about, that's a state citation.
I can't tell you how many times that I have encountered.
Well, we can issue ticket books to the council members.
Well, I mean, if you'll call the PD, we can get an officer down there to do that.
Good luck on running again.
I know some places like have done things where you could deliver goods at certain hours where they could block the road that way. And if it's outside of those hours, then they get a ticket. Is that something?
That's why we did the loading zones.
Yeah.
And we talked about that, because, you know, we'd mentioned parts of Asheville has, if you have till 11 o'clock that morning to make your deliveries, and anything after that,
Right.
you're out of luck. You
I
know?
mean, I look at how difficult it is for some of the businesses. But like Sunset especially is hard because of the school and, I don't know if are there loading zones on Sunset?
Yes.
Right, that's the bus lot.
Right beside where the truck parks.
Yeah,
out the
exactly.
street. You hate to say it, but it is. It's
It
right
is.
beside where the truck parks out in the street, you know?
That's funny, okay.
And I want to clarify, Lane didn't, that was just an example. I saw him pull in, I was like, I know where I'm going.
It was a great example.
Sandra, you did a very impressive
Thank you. I
presentation.
appreciate
Very
it.
good.
Appreciate it.
Very good.
Thank
Thank
you.
Be
you.
sure to get your money.
Thank you.
There's a short time, right?
There's more
Is he past due now?
Way past due.
I think y'all did a great job.
Thank you.
I know it's not.
Appreciate it.
Thanks for taking it. That's a thankless job.
Yeah, it actually showed up at the rock.
Kind of credit card machine.
I appreciate it. Thank you for your time. I
Thank
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Great job. Thank you.
How does the TVA like this?
Tracy Careless and gives Pete Cadillac.
I told Cassandra she's got the thankless job in town.
Oh, yeah.
Her and
Right.
Megan and
Moving right along here, we have a presentation by Councilmember Matheson and Mrs. Kat Perry on shuttle discussion. Doug, you getting up there with her?
I can handle it from here. What I do. I think she's doing just
Go
fine.
for it, Kat.
Sandra's up there. She's gonna take my part.
I gotta take.
Oh, no, it's all right. I gotta go back.
Nice to see you.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Over to Tracy Brown.
Freaking early, huh?
Free game.
Free gaming.
So it's a great segue after their presentation on parking. And I want to introduce Amy Robbins to you. She's gonna come up here at some point during this presentation. So she's part of the presentation. So this is just, again, something that I want to communicate to the council that is informational and not asking the council to do anything at this point. But last year, we had at the winter retreat, Meredith McLaurin, who was a consultant, had studied our parking situation for about 3 or 4 months in 2024. And I'm just here repeating some of the data that she presented. It's so good to have the information from Cassandra because, you know, I've been guilty of thinking, gosh, we got all these recommendations from Meredith a year ago, and we just now are kind of, you know, really getting our enforcement in place. But I understand now why it's taken a while. But anyway, this was information that she gathered. It was data that showed certain weeks, all the peak season, at different times of the day, how the occupancy in the parking spaces was full. This one again. And we saw this last year, and this is not news. I mean, we all know that at times of the year, which are growing and getting to be more and more all year long, we have challenges with parking, which also creates challenges in traffic. The busy times, as you can see, are, for instance, July 27th, 1 o'clock to 4 o'clock. Main Street, 100%. Wallingford Garage, Sunset, 100%. So these were her summaries. Again, during the weekdays, Main Street was consistently full. And when you think about Main Street with parking full, also let yourself think about the traffic and how that bottlenecks because people are driving in loops trying to find parking spaces. Meredith, and this isn't part of my presentation, but I also want us to think about that Meredith had suggested employee parking in some places in town that we could establish. Midday congestion, early morning and late afternoon, not so much. She suggested alternatives for employees to park, and Amy Robbins, who works at Social, has many anecdotes about people coming in Social and complaining that they have not been able to find a parking place, and on and on and on. And some of them get sort of animated too, don't they, Amy? So a shuttle, how could that help a municipality of any size that has parking issues and traffic issues? It reduces the parking strain. If you've got a shuttle, instead of needing numerous downtown spots, you only need parking for shuttle drop-offs, freeing up valuable space and reducing the need for expensive roads. It decreases traffic and congestion. There are fewer individual cars, and that means less traffic. They move faster, and it's quieter, and it's more pleasant. It's a more pleasant experience for everyone. It enhances visitor experience. Tourists get a stress-free way to explore, avoiding the frustration of searching for parking and allowing them to enjoy the downtown without worrying about their cars and how long they've been in a space and can they get another space. A shuttle also boosts local economy. It makes downtown more accessible and enjoyable, and it encourages more foot traffic to shops and restaurants, helping small businesses thrive. It supports sustainability. Fewer cars mean lower carbon emissions and less pavement, preserving green spaces and the town's natural beauty. It improves livability. Residents benefit from less traffic, cleaner air, and quieter streets, enhancing overall community quality of life. Visitors in a shuttle system, this is how it would work. There would be peripheral parking. Visitors would park in designated lots outside the busy core of downtown. For example, shops on the Parkway and the Blowing Rock Pool. With frequent shuttles, you've got maneuverability. They run frequent loops between their park and ride lots. Park and ride lots in the above example would be shops on the Parkway and Blowing Rock Pool. And spots on Main Street and Sunset where they could get off and get back on. Now I'd like for Amy Robbins to come up. So Amy is a longtime resident in Blowing Rock who would like to start a shuttle service company. And she's picked for the name Blowing Rock Shuttle Hopper. She has done a lot of work on this. She has a representative from the Small Business Association who is helping her with a business plan and website and marketing and all kinds of things.
That's a cute logo.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, that is really good.
Great job,
That
didn't
was
you?
Doug in there, wasn't it?
Now,
All right, shuttle hopper,
That
hop
is
on
cute.
and hop off.
That is cute.
That is cute, very cute.
I'll keep going and then you can fill in.
Okay.
All right. So her process, initially you want 2 shuttles, right?
Yes, we're looking at 2 vehicles and possibly one of them being electric and maybe a little bit smaller. Definitely one is a passenger van. Under 26,000 pounds, you don't have, CDL is not required, just a regular Class C license is required to operate.
Initially, she's thinking about 2 park and ride places. So what that means is you drive, you park there, you get on a shuttle, and then you go and get off wherever you want to downtown. So the 2 places that she's thought about are shops on the Parkway and the Blowing Rock Pool.
Yes.
Actually 3 now, American Legion we were talking about.
Yeah, it's actually, I based this on, I went to Oak Island earlier this year, and they have a shuttle service that runs 6, 7 stops, 8 at the most, and you just make a loop. And let me give you a little background information. I'm a 30-year driver for UPS, so I'm on that loading zone. I get that part of the deal, and then I also get the part where the shuttle is needed. Just working at Social on Main, I had so many people that come in the height of the season, and not only are they hungry, they are mad because they can't find parking. I've actually seen them put a couple of the younger kids in tears, and I just have to slide them over and just say, hang on, we'll get you. And I'll try to give them suggestions of where to park. But I would really like to see, especially on that end of town, we need more access. Social does lose business because of it. And people are, just don't have a lot of patience when it's all packed in town here a lot of times. I think that's where my age might come into play, and I just say, hang on, let me suggest this, or we'll do this. Because we don't seat people. If I seat a table and they're still waiting on somebody that's riding around 45 minutes to park, I can't turn that table for my servers. So there, my servers are missing out. They're mad. Everybody's mad from the very beginning, when they walk in the restroom to the time they're waiting on their person to get there, to the time they're served. So it doesn't do anyone any good to be able to find a place to park. So this is what I'm hoping to help alleviate.
So you're looking at 3 pickup points,
Well, I'm actually looking at probably 6.
Well, no.
We'll get to that.
a parking spots. though. You already mentioned,
Public park,
The parking rides.
yeah, how many? 3?
Well, actually, American Legion was a pickup.
yes,
2,
because of
basically.
the parking deck that's right there.
Yeah, basically 2. Shops on the Parkway, and I've already talked to them and they've given approval. And the pool, the pool parking lot, that'd be good. People coming in from 221 or, just easily accessible from Main Street. During the horse show, that would be, great to have shuttles.
Could add an extra shuttle for that.
And they're gonna run on regular schedule.
Yes.
So it's not like you're standing there and you have no idea when that shuttle is coming.
And having worked for UPS, I understand, the importance of time and being from point A to point B at a certain time. Now, are there factors that could change that? Sure. High peak season here is crazy. Even walking's dangerous sometimes, much less. But I do think it saves people from, if they know they can park here and catch a ride here, from circling town. And it does help with everything from traffic to emissions, all of that.
You may cover this, but I'll ask it anyway. Are you going to provide for any advertising on your shows?
Yes. But I would like it to be done in a tasteful manner, not in any
Right.
suggestion. It's not gonna be, no graffiti. I mean, it's not gonna be like one of these cars you see with all the stickers on it. It would be done tastefully.
So here is a map, and this is just, it's not written in stone at all. But Amy and I got together several times and we talked about where would be some advantageous places to have the shuttle stop, drop people off or pick people up. And these are just some that we came up with. And again, it's not written in stone. 1888, like a written in stone one, sort of.
Yeah, because it is the center of the town, basically right there.
So where there are little shuttle bus looking things, that is where she and I had talked about some places that would be just logical.
There's the Blowing Rock School location on the Sunset side of Morris.
Sunset. So see, go up Sunset.
Right across the road at, in Ragged Garden, so are you catching people going down and catching people coming up? That's the idea.
But again, this is just, this is not
It's preliminary.
written in stone. But we were just thinking about how she could go down Sunset, turn around at the church, come back up, and then make a right and go North Main.
Everything is based on right turns.
Come up.
Efficiency. I have
No.
not come up with signage. I was gonna approach y'all first to see what y'all would suggest, what we would like to see downtown for signage.
Well, what is needed from Blowing Rock? Again, we would like for you guys to positively communicate that this is coming. I will say that I did an informal survey on Main Street 2 weekends in September and just stopped people and said, did you have any trouble finding a parking spot? If so, how long did it take you? What if there was a shuttle available and described it to them? Would you patronize it? Would you use it? And 94% of the respondents said yes. And I would say that the 6% that said no were young men, probably 40 years of age or less. So there are some that wouldn't, but a lot of our visitors are not that demographic. I'm glad that we do have that demographic as well, but I do feel like 94%, and I did not pick out people like, oh, they look like they would use it, so I'll ask them. I just, I stood on the corner, and as people walked by, I said, can I ask you some questions? So it would be great to have verbal support for a shuttle service. And then we do need signs for shuttle drop-off and pickup locations on Main Street, Wallingford, and Sunset.
My suggestion would be to get with Tracy, or get with Kevin. And they should, I know they're gonna be small, say shuttle stop or something, but maybe have the logo also match what our new logos are gonna look like for our wayfinding signage.
Well, one of the things that we looked at, that we also talked with Craig at Alpacart, that one of the things that suggested with him that we've seen through some of our failures, unfortunately, is the stop, especially what I consider a major drop-off, is there at the park, at that loading zone. And you need something a little bit better than a small sign like what we had. Both of them have suggested you need something that actually looks like a stop, that people know, I go to here, this is where I get on it. Right now, I look for the next probably couple of years, we're going to actually lose parking in town that's available to us, that's not town parking. Like when Rumpel starts that addition down there, you are going to lose just about all of Rumpel parking lot, which is right at 90 spaces. So you're going to push people further out. And this is one way of trying to help people keep your car at the motel, stay at Shops on the Parkway, trying to help keep people there instead of trying to make it up here where it's really going to be even harder to find a spot.
What's the fee for riding the shuttle?
Based on what Oak Island does, is what I was basing this off. They do a $10 hop on, hop off all day pass. You can also do a one-way fee.
That's reasonable.
We haven't really settled on yet.
I think this is a great idea. It would be a good addition to our town. The only problem I have is if I'm coming to town and there are those two parking areas, I'm gonna park at the pool until it fills up before I go all the way over to Shops on the Parkway, because it's closest to town. And that's gonna preclude the pool patrons, locals that want to take their kids and families to the swimming pool, to having a parking place, and they'll have to park at Shops on the Parkway and take a shuttle bus in. That's the problem I'm seeing right now.
Okay. It's not set in stone. The pool was based off of, and you can go during the high visitation times. They're parked almost all the way to the cones on 221 on the side there. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. I was riding there not too long ago. It was cold one night. Cars parked still 7:30, 8 o'clock. It's definitely dark. And there were people walking. I looked at my mom and said, I bet they wish they had a shuttle now. and they did. I mean, it was cold. It was dark. And it was on that long side road. And to me, it was dangerous.
I understand your point, and which might also drive you to have another pickup location.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and another thought that if you don't mind, that we had talked about also is not only the $10 pass that you were talking about, is that we may throw out an employee discount for employees working uptown, because, one of the things that we've always talked about is trying to get the employees to park out toward the ball field, leave the closer in parking for your shoppers. And so if you're trying to do that, this gives them something maybe depends on what comes up with, maybe something at a discounted ride that they don't have to worry about that walk on a rainy day, or, you know, they don't want to walk, you know, so.
I know it's not really our business, but we definitely want to see you, without a doubt, to come on an endeavor like this, which benefits the town. What is your break-even ridership, you know?
I do not. I do not.
What's the charge gonna be?
Yep, we would talked about the $10 hop on, hop off all day pass, or just a
10.
or a one-time shot to ride to somewhere. And I'm open to suggestions. I know when I first started talking to Doug about this, he said, just be flexible. You know, it's always important to be flexible with it. And I get that. I think we really just need to see how it goes.
Trial by error and improve and.
Yeah.
Well, I love the idea, and I was even gonna say, I would recommend talking to the hotel owners. They may want to include a pass for their guests.
I have, talking to, working out a package deal.
Right. What I am concerned about is your drop-off points. Will we have to designate a parking spot for you at these drop-off points, or will you be using the loading zones, or how would that work?
Two of the spots that we looked at, one, the loading zone on Main Street is fairly long and very, you know, very, it's with what she is talking about using is not going to take up a lot of space.
Right.
Another one that we once looked at is down there across from Brass Exchange where the parking spaces are in there at Jerky. You've got enough room really to pull off there and not impede what we were looking at, not really, I don't think, impede traffic of stopping right there. Be pulling over, loading, unloading, back into traffic. I mean, that was two of the spots that we had looked at that tried to keep you from stopping any at all on Main Street to block traffic getting in and out, because then you kind of creating a problem again.
And I would say that the intent is not to use parking spaces.
Right.
But if you're anywhere where there's a bus, whether it's privately owned or out park,
Oh, yeah.
you know that can hold up some traffic, but it's not gonna hold it up for long.
Right. No, I agree. I was just like the loading zone, for example, if there's a sign up there for the shuttle and there's somebody unloading there when you need to stop and pick up people. I love this idea, and I think there are ways that it absolutely can work. So that's the only thing I'm trying to think of is, just like you were saying, places where you could stop and pick people up and have a sign where they could be waiting for you. That's not going to be confusing, because if I'm waiting you to pick me up, and then when you come by, there's a big truck trying to unload, that's going to be confusing.
Yeah, but it's hardly ever gonna be that situation.
Yeah.
It really,
Okay.
in my mind, I don't see that happening much at all. She's got a great marketing plan for getting the word out. She's gonna have maps, that information, when you get on the bus, you're gonna know where your stops are,
Right.
where you can get on, and about what time you can expect the shuttle coming by.
And he don't know it yet, but we've also thought about enlisting our good old buddy Tracy Brown about, you know, she might play something on the van talking about the attractions or things to see in Boyne Rock while they're riding on their route. And
That means Tracy has to fund.
yeah, Tracy just, yeah. But, you know, that's, you know, it's some ideas, you know, that we have talked about, you know, that it would be nice, you're on your route, you've come here to Boyne Rock, you're hearing somebody telling you where the rock is, where Glen Burnie, where something is, you know, things is located.
Turn it into a historic tour, kind of.
We thought about even adding a tour. I think there was a gentleman in town that used to do that.
Great outdoor supply store.
No, I am looking at, only looking at doing Friday.
Wayne's, national or what is it, federal office? Or what is it? Global office.
Headquarters.
Yeah, global headquarters.
Until, future building gets done at, out at, Green Park Inn and
Right.
Scottsville Parkway, looking at only operating Friday through Sunday and Monday if it's a holiday weekend. And it seems to work at Oak Island. I can't see why it would be much different here.
Oh, I think
There's really not a need for it much. And then on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, you can do by appointment, say, hey, I've got a church group coming up. Would you ride us around to do this or that? That's always an option.
I love it. I think
I will tell you, on our busiest day at social this year, we did 606 customers. We have 7 parking spaces.
That's starting to tables.
Let that sink in. It is turning table. It's all, when it works, and when it doesn't, you're like, dear Lord, why am I doing this?
When are you looking at implementing? Any plans? What's your timeline?
Memorial weekend at the latest, I'm hoping.
What kind of bus did you say it would be?
Passenger van, just like the town has one, the Ford Transit. And then there is also Appalachian has one of these. And if I had to, I would start with 2 passenger vans, but I'd really like to add in town for the smaller pickups. It's called a GEM E6. It's an electric vehicle. 6-passenger. App uses them to ride their dignitaries around the campus and stuff. They're electric. I'd like to add something like, they also have doors on them.
So I have a question, sorry. Currently, we have a shuttle for our holiday weekends, like festivals.
Yeah.
Is that something that you would be able to cover? Or is that something we as a town should still be offering on top of? Because, we have a 33, but we only go from Shops on the Parkway
To the event.
to Park Avenue.
Yeah, like
Like we just
Armageddon
get
on the
them
park.
downtown, like
Yes.
that's the goal.
Yeah, I thought about that and even thought about like for horse show weeks, bringing in, it would do to rent an extra van and still make profit off of it.
So that is just a question.
Yeah, we have thought
still
about it.
be offering as a town, or if that would be something that you could handle.
Handle the
Let me ask
load.
you this, Jennifer, what's our current fee for that?
Yeah. Oh, gosh.
Just ballpark.
I asked Robin,
What was it? 13.
it's like $1,300 a day
For the
that they
day.
pay for the van.
That's the chamber.
But
Yes.
that's,
Chamber.
it's only pickup day.
This is different,
Oh, okay.
because that could be
It could
an
be,
enhancement
yeah.
for you. Definitely getting the word out, the name out. Doug's picture.
Yeah, that gets you a lot.
Okay, so for last year, we did July 5th, October 25th, November 28th, and November 29th, so 4 days. And July 5th, they run a 33 passenger and a 16 passenger. And for the whole year, it was $6,000.
For four occasions.
So 1,500 a day.
4 days, yeah.
Okay. So the same as what the chamber was paying.
Something to think of.
Yeah.
And so Doug has, because he's got experience having, worked on this.
Age, not experience.
A shuttle. He said it's really important to get the businesses on board. And so that is something that Amy's working really hard to do. And I am too, as I'm like talking to businesses, retail managers, restaurant managers, I'm letting them know that this is something that we're thinking about doing and that they, need to know about it so that they can communicate it to their patrons.
And now that the chief got Cassandra and them on board,
Yeah.
Shuttle ride might be the safer ride, the cheaper ride.
Did approach businesses, but the problem with that, when I walked up and down the streets, going in, were none of the owners, or very few of the owners were there. I got people who were working for them, younger people.
But that's okay, because if they're working, I feel like whoever is working in the stores or restaurants can let their patrons know.
Right. Oh, I agree.
Yeah. And so, but I don't think any of the business owners would be opposed to it.
Well, that might be somewhere Robin, though, could help getting, spreading the word for employee parking. Use this so your employees are off-site to save spaces.
I also had 2 kids that worked at Kilwins downtown, and I didn't live so close, and they couldn't run home from work or anything. Anytime they moved, they were panicking because if I drive back to town, I won't be able to get my spot.
Mhm.
I get the thing about employee, I'd really love to help with that.
That could be something too, where they pay you almost like a monthly fee or something.
Yeah, that's what I was, a subscription type thing.
Right. I love, what do you need from the council? We just need to approve the.
Essentially, she just needs our blessing. We don't really have to.
We don't have,
approve anything.
well, we would have.
I'm gonna talk with Tracy about signage and
Okay.
Tracy and Kevin.
That's it, just other than, like, if we put something up there at that end of the pool, or that end of the, loading zone next to, Martin House, for the loading zone, if we decided to put something up there that made it look like a bus stop,
We would have to approve
the
that.
town would have to approve
Yeah,
that.
but as far as
But
stops,
nothing right now, really,
no.
And maybe the pool is a better location for parking in the fall, and not in the peak summertime.
Yeah, I don't.
And
I agree
the
with you about the-
softball field would be better.
Yes.
That's what we took a look at.
Yeah, horse.
No, that takes us into a whole different realm. Yeah. Amy, really, I think generally speaking, you more or less have the council's best wishes. That it goes well for you. Really, the council doesn't have to do anything
Right.
yet.
But you would approve the stops.
Like Doug said, once we have the dedicated firm spots, it'd be good for the council to approve those, particularly loading zones.
Yeah, if you're gonna build some type of little shuttle stop, it would be on town property, so it would be,
That's right.
council would have to approve that.
But I, as a citizen, as mayor, I would think that they're all well wishing you the best and be individually supportive. Okay?
Oh, Dave's got an idea, I can tell you.
Oh, God, is that, smoke coming out his ears?
I was just thinking if there were any department-wise,
Kevin?
I don't, Kevin or,
Code standpoint, all they have to have is a taxi cab operating permit. There's nobody that works at the police department that's gonna issue one of those. We've never had one in 25. No one does. The taxi cab can be based out of budget that can both be somebody else. But I think it would be wise for us to have some type of operating permit that authorizes you, that checks some of the things we have in code about background, stuff like that.
I've already spoken with you
Yeah.
earlier last year.
You can prove that. That's really all.
and yeah, anything that police department might have with regard to stops or.
We had someone that tried to do this several years ago, Dan.
No, that was parking.
Valet parking.
Was it valet parking?
Yeah.
And I've had people approach me about that. I think it's just a different time. Social media plays such a bigger part in it. Like, where do I park and or things like that that come up. And then, of course, the marketing would help with that. I just think we're at a point where you either do something or I'm gonna end up in his jail.
So we're being honest to you. It's a trial thing, okay? She realizes, they need to be tweaked and may not start like perfect, but,
And it's where we wanted to go when we first started with the apple cart, that the TDA mainly paid for, was we was hoping that it would lead to something, to a private enterprise, and the town would get out of it. And I think he's doing a great job of wanting to go in there and try and fill that gap.
I think Doug, during the Apple Cart days, learned a lot. It can be really a real asset to your program. I'll say that.
Well, also, like you said, mention maybe expand it to include a historical tour.
Exactly, yeah.
Running through the week busy, not necessarily on the really busiest times, but block out a time for that when you expand.
Helicopter trips over Memorial Park.
$20 rides. I don't see how they pay for the gas at $20 a ride.
Pass on a helicopter, $10.
Thank you.
Y'all good?
Thank you. Appreciate your.
Thank you, Ms. Robbins.
Very good
Okay,
idea.
y'all want to take a short break while
Do horse and carriage.
You want to do?
do not divorce?
I think we should have horse and carriage down there.
Let's Thomas, the floor is yours.
I'll find out. I don't know.
All right.
I'll find out. We're starting back up.
So it was exactly a year ago, we decided to completely replace the website because it's in such a horrible state. It was exactly 10 years ago that the current website launched, so early February 2016. And that program was probably pretty good back then, but it has not kept up with the times. And it's been passed along through so many different staff members trying to take care of it. And it was time to start. So we're starting fresh. Does anyone know what that is?
What?
That's your current website. I was just wondering if anyone actually ever goes to it and knows what it is.
I do all the time.
So we're on a whole new platform, and it's significantly cheaper, and it's newer, and it's easier to work on. And I'll show it to you here in a second, but all of this, we'll have to have a discussion. I know you've been talking about this PIO position. All of this will be kind of a waste of time if there's not someone taking care of this every day. And
man.
Me?
Thomas is like, no, I don't think so.
Thank you, Thomas.
I mean, when I started here, it was the HR director, and then it was the finance director, and now it's just part-time or finance employees. So it's here and there. Jennifer and had numerous people in Parks and Rec used to post stuff. Now Hunter doesn't even use it because it's so bad. So we've got to figure out, because it's going to very quickly go back to the state the current one is in, with out-of-date information, inaccessible when we have to ADA. I mean, we have requirements that are not met on the current one because whoever's posting it has to make sure it's met. So any questions before we dive into this? Okay. All right. Let's do this. Here's our new landing page. The biggest thing here is immediately they can search for what they're looking for. Kind of a Google experience, but search for police. And it's going to drop down and give you options or just take you to search results with all kinds of fun stuff. The search on the current site doesn't even work. If you search for anything, it just comes up 0 every time. Yeah. Their platform is completely busted. But we've still got the same buttons at the top that you immediately get to. We'll cover this in a second. This is going to be a big part of this compared to what y'all have now. Got your news. If you have emergency alerts, they'll be there and at the top of the page. Got your live stream meetings. We are on right now. Calendar. Currently, this current website has nothing in the calendar. Someone's got to keep up with that. So it's all about actually having this information provided for the residents. Let's look at this real quick. The current, I don't know if anyone ever actually used this on the current website. There was an ability to sign up for notifications. I don't think it ever worked correctly. I don't know if anyone ever got a notification, at least since I've been here. It just hasn't been something that's been used. But on this one, it's going to be a lot simpler. And you just create an account. You come through and you pick individual what you want. Do you want to know when the ABC board new agenda is posted? It'll let you know. You want to know emergency alerts, calendar, job postings, news updates. And we can break this down into further categories if needed, but someone can come in, select what they want to be notified about, and they'll get an email anytime it's updated. And that's significantly better than what we have now. So, yeah, that's that. What else you want?
That's great. That's cool.
We're still, most of the data is transferred. There's still some stuff that we need to transfer because it's not quite compatible, so we have to convert it. But 95% of our data is already on here and ready to go. Broken down. Oh, I think the current site has a very, very out-of-date directory, so that's been updated, and everyth's now up to date with all actual employees and not people who are no longer here, including y'all. Well, see?
Well, that's a darn good picture.
Yeah. There you go, Charles.
There you go.
GIS working good on it.
So GIS, the current, how it works right now and how it still works is we're just linking out to the GIS that planning's using. So yeah, it's working. But it's just going to link out to the GIS that Kevin and them have used. Same as now. Agendas and minutes. Oh, come on. I got to fix it. Our current one, let me show you the current one.
If you go on our current website and look at, under elected officials, and some of you have a bio, some do not. If you want to do a little blurb, if you'll email it to me, then we'll update it. It's like you and Wayne, she just got your pictures up, and then we can do a little bio. And if anybody wants to update theirs, let me know.
And it looked like Wayne was the only one that had a contact number. If you have a preferred method for people to get in touch with you, whether it's an email or number.
It has email. Wayne asked for his phone number to be on there.
Okay.
If anybody else wants them on there, otherwise we just do email.
Folks,
It's kind of up to you.
Smoke signal.
Smoke signal.
So the current site, when you're trying to find agendas and minutes, it's broken up. Agendas are on one page, minutes are on another page. Every type of agenda is on a separate page. Every type of meeting minutes is on a separate page. When you come in here, there's now a list of PDFs. So the new one is all just in one spot. So you can come down, you can break down by type and by year. And if we want to see town council, this isn't fully up to date yet, but this is our agenda. If we have minutes, let's go find minutes. We got minutes and agendas together. And then even going forward, as we have our live streams, we'll have agendas, minutes, and a link directly to that video. So it's significantly easier to find what you're looking for. It's not spread out in a million different places. Employment is kind of like that too. It's now all just contained, a lot easier to see the breakdown of the department and what's available and getting all that information. Like I said, calendar, if someone will actually update this, it'll actually have information in it. The current one, I don't think it's been touched in 2 or 3 years. So it all really boils down to someone has got to keep this up to date every day. And however, whatever you guys want to do is not up to me, but someone's got to do that.
That sounds like to me that we've added more responsibilities to a PIO position.
And I'm not getting involved with that. I'm not getting political. I'm just letting you know.
Oh.
The problem with our current one is it's really, it's no specific individual's true job to keep up with it. And when you have several individuals updating stuff here and there, they might do stuff differently. We do have, I mentioned there's something called WCAG, and there's a new WCAG AA that we have to follow. And that is for accessibility. That covers a lot. That document is massive, but there are specific things you have to do every time you post content to meet this accessibility. Or you could get sued because it's happening to numerous places right now. So that is something that everyone who posts needs to know. And so it's better to have one person who's really knowledgeable taking care of that.
So Thomas, is that just for government websites?
It is significantly for government, but it doesn't have to be just for government. If it's any kind of public service or something that individuals need access to and you don't meet it, then yeah, they can come after you, and it does happen.
Okay.
And
okay, when will this be up and running?
Monday. It'll be up Monday. This next Monday.
So we've got to do what? What'd you say?
Hire a PIO this weekend.
72 hours I have you.
But I mean,
okay, first applicant's Jennifer.
Is there anything specific you want to see? Something you really have an issue with the current one, that you want to see a difference?
I think the main thing is accessibility.
Yep.
And updating.
Yes.
The other thing is the recycling and the trash schedules when it's holidays. Sometimes it's a holiday, but it's not one that the town necessarily observes.
Right.
So, or like now, we're kind of in a weird spot with this too, with the weather, so.
How'd you get to that, Thomas?
Just under residence.
Okay.
And there's recycling.
Recycling.
But that would be, if something were to come up to change that, that's where our little alert center over here would come into play.
Okay.
You can sign up to be notified anytime there's an alert posted in here. You can even get granular to the type of alert. If it's an emergency alert, if it's just a weather alert, anything, you can get pretty detailed on what you want to be alerted about. So when it comes in here, actually puts that alert on there, and people will be notified, and it'll be right here on the front page to take a look at.
I think one of my biggest problems, because we get picked up on Mondays, which all the holidays seem to be on Mondays. And I don't always, it's not always picked up on Tuesdays after that. So I'm trying to figure out what are those schedules, and they wouldn't necessarily post it on here, would they?
Yeah, on the current website, she does it on scrolling across. She also posts it on Facebook,
Okay,
because they'll communicate, Public Works will communicate.
so they are,
their
okay.
answers, Yes.
Is Tasha doing, I mean, not
No,
Tasha,
Kristen does
Kristen?
that, but we've had people say it's not on there, it's not on there, they'll text me and say it's not on there, if it is, it's on the scrolling and it's on the Facebook.
Okay,
And that's one of the reasons why
You put it on.
the scrolling thing is going away. There was a lot of research done in the last few years because everyone went to this scrolling news. About 5% get past the second thing on there.
right.
And so if you've got stuff down here, 4, 5, 6, 7,
Right.
no one is ever going to see it. And so that is a problem, and that's going away. We don't have that.
So if I sign up for an alert, anytime they put anything changing, it's gonna alert me? Or whatever I specify?
Whatever you specify.
Okay,
I mean, we could do recycling or trash pickup alert. And that's just a specific thing, but again, someone has got to be someone has to be on top of that, putting it on there. And then it will send out an email to whoever signed up for that.
and it's a small thing, but it's big.
Where would, like links to our Facebook page or our Instagram account or something?
Yeah.
So there's just a little right there, but I mean, we can put it anywhere. Put it anywhere. Change one of these buttons or add a button, put it in the menu.
Thomas, do you have a feel for how many people go to the Facebook page versus?
I don't have Facebook, so I would have to ask.
You're too young.
What's that? Yeah, not too young. I just don't do that. And that's a problem is currently all of our updates are only posted on Facebook for the most part. Not everyone has Facebook.
Right.
And if you don't have an account, you cannot scroll down and look at the posts. So yeah, we've got to actually put it on what we own and control, which would be this.
I think it looks really, really good. And I'm glad we finally getting it updated.
Well, one thing about this one compared to this old one, we were pretty locked into this to where we can't edit anything beyond text or files. The new one, we can change whatever we want. If there's something that's not working or people have a problem with, it looks bad, we can change pretty much any aspect of this. So
Looks great.
a lot more freedom. A lot better support. Our support rep actually in North Carolina, not India, like our last one. We have, and she's fantastic. So if I'm not around, something happens to me, we have support here in the state, and they're very, very good.
Well, if I go to the website Monday, I'm going to see this. We won't have two different websites, or how does
Yeah,
it?
so I'm going to implement the transition this weekend, and it might take a day or two for it to truly kick in, just depending, but it should be, if you go to the old URL, it'll come to this one. But yeah, we're aiming for Monday, and sometime Monday it should kick into.
How many, what do you need from us?
I mean, I don't need anything.
How many visits did you say went to our website a day? How many, what's the average visits to a website a day?
To a current one?
Yeah.
We don't know because it doesn't have that. Now we can tell. Now we'll be able to tell what gets clicked on the most and what gets searched the most. And you can, if someone is on top of this and running it, they'll see what gets clicked the most and what gets searched the most, and they'll start pushing that towards the top and making that more important content for people to see. I mean, it's a living thing. It's something you have to just constantly evolve and take care of.
We have no idea how many people visit.
On the current one, no, it doesn't even have that available, which is, yeah, pretty sad.
So essentially, that takes us to the next, what we discussed yesterday, is the information director. More thoughts on that, Lane?
Thank you, Tom. We'll reach out to a couple of, one thought I had, I'm gonna reach out to the MPA director at App and just see if she happens to know of an undergraduate, a student there who undergraduate was in communications or public relations and working on that and would like to get some real world work experience here while they're pursuing their degree. And I'll look at other opportunities through the university for that and see if we can come up with something quickly.
Okay.
It may have to be by committee until we get to that point. And I mentioned my communications director in Salisbury. She spoke to a communications directors club, student club, and I'm going to get her contact for that and see if they have some folks who'd like to do an internship or something here too.
Okay, good, good. At least I'd get it started.
Yeah, yeah. And you might could find someone who could intern and do the job and could turn into their first career job when they graduate too. So.
Good idea.
Well, one more thing I do want to mention. The URL, the domain of the website and the emails are changing. You guys don't have to do anything. You don't have to change your email or anything. The .us domains are not really official, and grants through the state require us to use .gov domains, which makes sense. The current one, which is townofblowingrocknc.gov, is a little bit of a mouthful, so we're just reducing that to blowingrock.gov. Very simple. So we actually got special permission from DC to use just the town's name. You normally have to put town or NC or something along that line. We're the only residential place in the whole country that uses Blowing Rock. So we one of the very, very, very few that gets to just use our name and nothing else, which is pretty cool.
So TOBR.us is getting ready to go away.
So that will still work. You don't have to do anything. Current emails that you have will still work, but on here, it'll say dmatheson@blowingrock.gov. They're the same thing. On your side, you won't notice any difference.
They will link.
Yeah, it's no difference whatsoever. It's just called an alias. It's the same email account, same email address. The system just takes care and it knows this and this is the same thing. Yeah, it's be a little more official, a little cleaner, uniform across the board. But again, you guys don't have to do anything. It'll just work. So
wouldn't it be easier just to wipe us out and go with the gov?
No, because then everyone who has your email, it'll bounce back and it's just a mess.
That'd be good.
It'll be a slow transition to get rid of those out there, but it doesn't matter because it still goes to the same place.
Just replace with a new address.
Yeah. All right. Anything else?
Council, you okay with it?
I love it.
Yeah, it's great.
Good job.
Thomas, thank you. You're welcome.
Thomas.
Thomas, what's the platform that's on?
Civic Plus,
Okay.
which is the same that Boone uses, it's the same that I think Lenore and Charlotte. We got a lot in this area that are on that.
This is what they do.
This is all that they, yeah. And the old one, I'll call them out, was Granicus. And I don't know what's going on there, but they haven't updated that platform in years. It's pretty much dead platform. So. But yeah, Civic Plus, this is what they do across the country.
Security or any of that, right?
Thanks, Thomas.
No,
Thanks for all the work.
I wouldn't talk
Hopefully needed.
in public.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Righty. See here, I guess this is our last section.
Yes, Chief. And
Green Hill speeding discussion, Chief Kurt.
I think Lieutenant maybe.
Good afternoon, sir.
I'm going to bring Lieutenant Hunt up for half of our presentation that we have. Matt's there for moral support. So this is a new topic. I came to Blowing Rock PD in 2019, February 2019. I think I've discussed this every year since I've been here, just to set the groundwork. So me and myself and Lieutenant Hunt put this presentation together for you guys. It's going to be a lot of the same information you've seen over the years. Dane and Melissa, this might gain something from it. So what's the hot spot? And I want to make sure this is defined. So the speeding hot spot up there on Green Hill Road is not the entire road. It's really the section that's outside of our jurisdiction. So from the 1500 block, let's say Heritage Lane, down to the Parkway. So once you go past Wonderland Drive, that's outside of our jurisdiction. We can't enforce anything. That's it. That's the spot, that's the straightest on that road. That's the spot where everybody is speeding. I'm gonna go through a lot of data that we've got that I've pulled through the years on here, and I'll try to explain it the best I can. But most of this data is coming from right in that area around Heritage Lane and Green Hill Road. And also I want to mention Miss Aiken. I don't believe, she sent me an email and said that she wouldn't be able to make it today, but she did a phenomenal job. She prepared a 12-page report where she's talked to multiple citizens up there on Green Hill and people that this impacts. I tried to pick through it the best I could. She could speak better on this. This is her picture. I'll give her credit for that. That's a good picture up there on Green Hill. That's actually the 1500 block that we're talking about. So she spoke to multiple residents up there that live on Green Hill, that live off of Green Hill. And some of the concerns that she highlighted in there was speeding, using Green Hill Road as a cut through, width of the road, and running stop signs. So some of the solutions that they want to see implemented is speed humps, possibly a three-way stop at Wonderland Drive, rumble strips, road widening, additional signage, and control for the rest of Green Hill Road. Now, I've spoke to Matt about this as well. DOT was wanting them to take it over. That's just us to take over the maintenance. That doesn't do anything for jurisdictional lines for the police department. So that would be Matt pushing it all the way to the Parkway and then us maintaining paving and doing everything else. That doesn't help us enforce anything.
We have to annex.
Really?
Correct.
Oh, okay.
But we do control the rest of
Jurisdiction, yes.
Jurisdiction.
Yes, sir. Mhm.
Okay.
So some of the data that I'm gonna throw at you guys today, it was collected mostly from our mobile radar signs. This is a picture of one of the times we had it up there. We either stick it here or we stick it over here where this other car is, catching traffic going both ways. So this is catching traffic going northbound. So when we stick it on the other side of the road and it's facing down the hill there, it's catching everything going southbound. Some other things that we use was I put CAD speed survey. So what that is I stick an officer up there with a radar. They take no enforcement action. They're just clocking cars as they come by. We've done traffic and saturation patrols up there, enforcement to where we take everybody on shift and we'll have 4 officers up there on Green Hill Road spread out, watching the stop signs, the intersections, trying to catch speeders. Another problem on Green Hill Road is that the only place that you can really safely pull a car over is either pulling somebody into a private property or right here in this area. There's a little flat gravel spot that I'm sitting in when I took this picture. That's a good spot. That's where we always do the license checkpoints as well. Mr. Parsons that used to live up there, I can't remember his address right off the hand, but right to the left of this Toyota 4Runner is his property. And Rick used to let us sit in his driveway to do license checkpoints and run radar and things like that. Rick doesn't live up there anymore. He sold the house. He lives on the Mayview side of town now. And then I also pulled crash statistics. And this was pulled from our resources at the PD, and it was also pulled from the Highway Patrol. And I pulled it from 21 to 24. I didn't include anything from 25 because it's not official in the state's resources yet. So these right here are compliance risk reports that I get from the radar signs. And it was hard to get these in here because it's on a PDF version. You can't save it any other way. So it kind of trimmed off our time frame over here. But each one of these blocks, it starts at midnight, 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning, and it goes down. So these reports that I'm going to show you are from a time frame. So it takes a 24-hour period and then it blocks it out with how many vehicles it picks up and things like that. This time I went back to 21 when we put it up there. 1500 block, exactly where that sign was right there. That's catching that's catching northbound traffic. So they're going towards the parkway. So this was up there in June. We put it out on June 15th. The battery died on June 24th. It all depends on how many cars come through, what the weather's like. And one of the last reports I showed you was in November. It barely lasted a week because of the cold weather. Another breakdown of this. So when we set it up there, the other column that got knocked off right here is the set speed that we have the sign programmed to. So it's 25 miles per hour on Green Hill Road. So then it breaks it into categories. So you've got compliant, they were either going 25 or lower. And then you've got low risk, which is anywhere between 25 to 30. Medium risk is anywhere from 25 to 35. And then high is 35 to 45. So that's what the breakdown is. And we can see here in the numbers, I know it's hard to see, we had 1,332 cars in the compliant zone, 1,535 in the low risk, medium, 139, and then we had 6 in the high risk. And typically when we put these signs out, I can generate multiple reports off of this. I can run a report that shows you the compliance in relation to the sign, to where they see the speed limit sign and then it shows the drop in speed. So people see the radar sign and they'll automatically slow down because it's flashing at them. Well, we also can get the opposite of that and they try to see how high that number can go. And then you get other stuff up there, fire trucks, medics running code somewhere or something like that. They are going over the speed limit, running lights and sirens. So like I said, this right here was catching all the northbound traffic. We typically, when we put the sign, we catch more going southbound. They're coming off the parkway, using it as a bypass, and going back on the 321. And it always picks up more vehicles. So this is your southbound. This is your northbound. Correction, northbound, southbound. So total cars was 3,125 within a week span up there in June. And then this was in May of that year, and it was from the 18th to the 27th. We had 3,400 cars that went up there. Compliant, 1,205. Low, 1,500. Medium, 520. And then the high risk was 12.
3,400 cars over what time period?
From the 18th to the 27th. Then we went to 2024. This is August 15th to August 24th. And again, this is catching northbound traffic this time. That's catching southbound traffic. We have, and here we've got all the times listed out to give you that idea. Catching it over that week-long period. So you've got 1,357 for compliant, 2,229 for low, 111 for medium, and 2 for high risk, for a total of 3,600 cars. 3,639, I believe. 3,699, excuse me. And then over here, same thing. We've got 3,252. 252, low risk 892, medium is 155, and then high risk is 5.
So that's almost 1,000 over the speed limit.
Hold on, let me go back, Wayne. So it's no speed state, North Carolina. Anything over 25 is speeding up there on that road. Yeah. So over 25, you've got 892 plus 155 plus 5. So right at 1,000.
1,000?
Yeah.
Of how many?
Out of a total of 4,304.
So 25%.
Yeah.
24%.
Mm-hmm. So this is,
that's that's 25 to 30, but your medium to high is less than 4% of the total.
Unfortunately, by the book, yeah, by the book.
There's a big difference between 25% and 4%.
I want y'all to get along over here.
So this is our latest data that we have that I've sent to Lane. I think you guys have seen this before in a packet. This was the last time, that was in November of last year when I put the sign out. I think it snowed right there at the end. So I typically don't like putting these out on the road because snow plows and things like that. That sounds about $4,500 and I don't. I've actually, through the Government Highway Safety, we got another sign coming. So we'll have 2 signs that we can put out at one time, which is great. And we got that for free. Town's not being charged that at all, and that's because of the traffic enforcement we've done and points that we've earned through this system.
Yay.
So that's a good thing. So same breakdown again. This was catching the traffic going southbound. Now, you can notice the difference. This is in the, getting into the late fall, winter months. Total number of cars was 1,898. So 1,898 cars. You got to think about the parkway being closed, the gates being shut. That affects traffic on Green Hill. So our compliant was 481, low 1,152, medium 256, and then high risk was 9.
I mean, was that speeding, right?
I mean, I see these numbers. I know how my brain works when it works. That if I see that sign there recording my speed, I take my foot off.
Absolutely, that's what I was talking about.
We almost need to ratchet some of those numbers almost into the next level. Well, all those that are low risk might be really medium risk.
It's
medium
possible.
risk might be high risk. That's kind of what the neighbors are telling us. Okay.
So pulling the crash data, and I've got all the resources listed on the very end of it, where I pulled this from. Excuse me. From January 2021 to December 2024, we had a total of 230 motor vehicle accidents in Blowing Rock's jurisdiction. I went through painstakingly and pulled every vehicle wreck that we had on Green Hill, and this was the breakdown of it. We had 2 single vehicle weather-related accidents where they just ran off the road, and both of these happened right there in the sharp turn going behind Green Park Inn. So they couldn't make the turn, they dropped it off in the ditch, get bigger trucks. 2 side swipes in the curve, same curve, side swipes, they're hitting mirrors. There was another one on there that would happen this year. It was 2 work trucks actually in the 1500 block, because I ended up working it. That road is narrow. It's very narrow. Green Hill is narrow. They swap mirrors going down through there. We had 1 deer collision up there, and then this one really killed me. I know Matt was on that job site that night. We had a water line bust up there, and they had flaggers out. They turned the flag, the guy goes around and then runs into the back of the trailer of Public Works. So, the reason I mention this is because I understand the complaints coming from Green Hill Road, and I sympathize with them. I'm trying to look at big picture Blowing Rock. So I have a finite amount of resources that I can dedicate to different areas in the town. And the reason I mention this is because this is what we look at. This is what the DOT looks at for any type of engineering upgrades and things like that. The road that concerns me the most in town, besides 321, is 221. We've had 3 pedestrians get hit out there, 1 fatal this past year. So that's a concern to me. So just keep that in mind when we're going through these statistics. I'm not trying to whitewash the stats or anything like that. But every street in Blowing Rock complains about speeding. It's true. And it comes in every year. And we try to do the best we can with what we got. So I can sit officers out, I can do enforcement. And I think I did a breakdown a couple of years ago when I went before council talking about the effects of, you get pulled over and get a verbal warning. That lasts for about a week. A written warning lasts about 2 weeks. A written ticket lasts about 3 weeks, and then they're back on the gas again. And Blowing Rock is a challenging area because we have a population that is constantly turning over. So you got seasonal residents, you got full-time residents, which we pull a lot of those over as well. Lieutenant Hunt we'll talk about here shortly. But then the main people that we're working with, you know, they're out of town. They come up for the weekend, they're gone. Come up for the next weekend, it's a whole different population, and we're just constantly doing this. We have the highest traffic numbers out of any agency around this area, and I'm proud of that. 3,000 stops just last year. I know Lieutenant Hunt will go into some more of that. Huge numbers for an agency our size, but we like to police the complaints. Our complaint is speeding and traffic. So that's what our officers are geared for. Radar school, drug enforcement through patrol officer tactics and interdiction and things like that. So that's what we even have our training block set out. You're a road officer, you get out there and run the roads. So, and something else that Lieutenant Hunt will talk about is he'll show you a map that has blue light activations for a certain amount of time frame, because the system we have won't take anything over a year because it looked like Blowing Rock's blue. And it's just little dots. So I'm really proud of the guys that are getting out there and stepping up enforcement and things like that. And I believe I'm going to hand it over to Lieutenant Hunt now. Thank you, Chief. That's your laser. Yep.
All right. So Chief Laborieux with all the numbers and everything. I'm the guy in the car. Anybody that's known me since I've been here in 2018 knows that this is my passion. I love pulling cars, whether it be for speeding, whether it be for drug interdiction. I never thought when I went through BLET I would like running traffic. I like when it calls for service. It is the complete opposite. That was actually being promoted or applying for lieutenant. That was one of my cons, was I wasn't going to be on the road as much. To date, or since January 21, so 5 years, and I added in January and February since I had the data, we've pulled 10,024 cars in 5 years. 10,000 cars. So, you know, we hear a lot of the complaints about speeding. Does Rolling Rock have a speeding problem? Absolutely. Every town in the state of North Carolina has a speeding problem. North Carolina is a prima facie state. That means 1 mile over the posted speed limit. I can give you a North Carolina general citation for it. Everybody has a problem. Is it egregious to the point that it is completely unsafe? I'm not really convinced of that. So I'm out, I'm riding. The Green Hill, we'll get up to that. So speed enforcement, all of our patrol guys are either radar certified or slotted to go. Saturation patrols, that's when we'll get together. We'll say, hey, this is a hot spot. We're going to hit this tonight. We're going to hit this tomorrow. I think the last, was it Laurel Park? Laurel Park was the last one that came to camp. So we spent a lot of time down in Laurel Park. By the time we were done in Laurel Park, they were out of Laurel Park. They hated us. Green Hill, I've spent time up on Green Hill since this one's popped up. I too, if anybody's been out walking or in their yard after I've pulled over and went by their house chasing somebody down, I've stopped and talked to them. Probably nowhere to the extent of Ms. Aiken, how many people she got to. So my selection of data that I got is very, very small, but it's about 50-50. I had the people that we're talking about, people speed through here, people are running the stop signs. A lot of the people we're talking about, oh, they come down that hill. And then when I educate them, I'm like, hey, that's Highway Patrol's property. That's not ours. We stop at Wonderland. They're like, oh, okay, well, they're kind of slowed down by that point. One citizen actually said people need to quit walking in the roads. She said people walk their dogs, they're walking in the roads, they're walking in curves. She's like, that's probably, and these are her words. She's like, that's probably the people that are complaining. You know, this isn't a sidewalk. This is a road, and it's narrow, and there's, you know, blind curves, and that's probably who's complaining because cars are coming up on them. So 10,000 traffic stops today. So this system, anytime, currently we're phasing out of our old body camera, dash camera system, which is called WatchGuard and Motorola. So I have 2 officers that have Motorola cameras that is not included in this, and my patrol car does not have a dash cam. So me and those other 2 officers are actually probably the 3 highest performing traffic officers. So we're not even included in all those blue dots. That's just the other guys. Every play, and that's dots stacked on top of dots, on top of dots, on top of dots, on top of dots. But I know everybody thinks that we're just 321 pirates and that's all we do. But as you can see, we are hitting the whole town. We run traffic everywhere. It might not be as much. 321 naturally, we are going to get more, we're going to get higher speeds, we're going to get more careless and reckless, we're going to get more bang for our buck, we can get more pulls in a day than we are on the smaller streets. But my expectation with my platoon is you signed on to protect the whole town, you still make laps on the other streets. And, you know, that shows me that they are getting out and hitting other streets. So while I was up on Green Hill for the month of January, I believe all this was given to council as well. We had 2 stops for safe move violation. That could have been over the center line. Honestly, I was kind of, because of the complaints, I was kind of pushing stops. I had a legal reason to stop them. Normally it wasn't anything I would stop for. But I was stopping because of the complaints, and I was using it to talk to people as well. So we had over the center line, like Chief said, that is a narrow road. I know one of the suggestions was to widen the road. I'm not an engineer. I don't know how that could be done for my city. 14 for speed. After talking to all my guys, the average was about 10 over for the ones that were speeding. The highest one was, I think, 42. Had 3 for stop sign violations. Funny story, probably shouldn't tell the story. One of the people I stopped is actually one of the people that's complaining. Asked me for quid pro quo because they had given the police department money for body armor a few years ago and didn't want me to give her a tip. And she's actually one of the people that is doing the initiative for this, that there's a speeding problem and people running stop signs. She was going 35 and she ran a stop sign. Had 1 equipment violation, 4 for registration violations. That's not a safety thing. That's their tag were out date. And then 2 for other investigation. So, like I said, out of all these, most of them, anything I would normally pull for, it's just your everyday driver. Some of them, you know, they were pulling them like the 2 investigation. That was for, you know, it wasn't safety things. They were looking, my officers were looking for other things, warrants done. A lot of the people that I pulled are residents and they're construction workers. Not tourists, not employees, not people coming through. Radar and speed. So little known fact, North Carolina is actually one of the hardest states to get radar certified in for law enforcement. It's a 40-hour class. After you graduate the class, you have to do 12 hours worth of ride time. Your cert's only good for 3 years. After 3 years, then you have to go through a recert, which is a 1-day class, just kind of like an update thing. And then you have to do all your practicals again. Including the practicals, we can't use a radar to here comes a car, the radar says 50, I got them at 50. The radar is a backup tool. You get taught to estimate speed. So your radar practical is a piece of paper laid over the display screen on your radar, and you have to call the car out and call the speed out, and you only get so many speed, marks before you fail. So right now, out of the 10 patrol officers that we have on the road, 9, one officer short. We've got 5 that are currently radar certified. One of those holds dual certification with radar. Radar are the in-car radars, LiDAR, like the gun thing, the old school where they would point at the cars. 2 of our new officers have gotten through the class. They're currently, as we speak, doing their ride time to get their paperwork sent off to get their certification. So those guys should be up on their radars within a month. And then we've got our 2 newest officers. Typically, it's not a good idea to send an officer straight to radar school because you're giving a brand new officer that's trying to figure out how to run traffic and how to pull cars over another distraction in their car. So you want to give them a little time to get oriented and learn how to run traffic before you throw a radar in. So those guys will probably go this summer. So I would say by fall, all of those guys will be radar certified. One of the big challenges on Green Hill Road on running traffic or running radar is you cannot run radar on curves. Anything over 20 degrees, you'll get a false reading. You can't do it. You have to be within 20 degrees of that car. Also, too, there is very few and very, very few places to where you can sit and run stationary radar. So the first half of Green Hill coming off of 321 where Green Park is, it's too curvy to run radar. Then when you get down to the straight stretch, you have the one lady's driveway who's really nice enough to let us sit there. She ever moves and the next person doesn't let us sit there, we lose our little gravel spot. So she's awesome. She brings us cookies and drinks. One thing about speeding, and I'll ask council and mayor, have you ever gotten with an officer in a car or beside a car and played with radar?
Yes. I did when I was at App State, law enforcement training.
Okay. I would encourage y'all to, I would love for you guys to do this. Because I would love to get every one of you in one place with Sergeant Hayes, who has a LiDAR. We'll pick vehicles out, size of vehicles. They tell you in radar school when you're doing your practicals, don't pick semis. They look like they're going faster. You're like, that thing's going 50 miles an hour. Clock it, it's going 35. So I'm not saying that people are incorrect up there, but I do think that there is a lot to be learned to know that just staring at a car and saying they're speeding, you'll learn through a radar that some vehicles you think are flying are going the speed limit, if not 100. But I would love to set that up with you guys to do.
You gonna let us drive?
You know. Yes. You pull your driver record. No, you drove fire trucks, right? Okay. All right. Let's see. Recommendations. So I do have some recommendations for up there that I think can help mitigate a little bit. Like I said, solving the speeding problems, it's never gonna happen. People are gonna speed. It's just the reality of it. We invite people up here. We have a beautiful town. People wanna come here. We invite people here. People are gonna speed. Additional signage. So I wanna talk about signage for 1 second. 321, which is probably our longest road in the town, I think, has 7 speed limit signs, 1 speed limit ahead sign that's right out of jurisdiction. So when you're coming at Speedway, that sign that says 35 ahead. So there's 8 35-mile-an-hour signs on 321. 221, it's only a mile long for our jurisdiction, has 5. Laurel Lane, I picked one residential that was kind of similar to size as Green Hill, but with it being residential, even though Green Hill at this point, it's not residential anymore. It's a thoroughfare. You get in and out of town. I know people don't want to hear that because it is full of houses, but when it connects an interstate to another interstate, to the parkway, it's not a residential road anymore. All the feeder roads off to the side, yep, absolutely, residential. So Laurel Lane has 9 speed limit signs. Because I know one of the recommendations was more signage on Green Hill. Who wants to take a stab at how many speed limit signs are on Green Hill Road? Shoot.
12.
Next. 2. What you got, Wayne?
5.
23. Wow. It's 1.7 miles long and there's 23 speed limit signs. So I don't think that the speed limit signs are going, honestly, if anything, I think there's that's just the speed limit signs. There's arrow signs, there's the watch out for our children signs, there's like coming out of a curve, there's one of the little T that says, hey, there's a side road up here. There is so many signs on that road that I would think to a point, maybe people are just not paying attention to them. So doing the 3-way stop sign down at Wonderland, I absolutely think that would be a good idea because that is the largest complaint of speed is coming off that hill.
Right.
Our jurisdictional sign got gone. It's not there anymore. So
The town of Blowing Rock sign.
yes, down there.
Can we move the one that's up here right down the road? Because this is welcoming people from the town of Blowing Rock from a dead end.
Well, I want a new one because I wanted to refresh all the signs up there. We need a new one.
Talk council.
So the sign's missing. So right now, the average person understanding jurisdiction, like, okay, I live in the city, I don't live in the city. The Blowing Rock Fire Department responds to me where I live, the Blowing Rock Police Department responds to me where I live. I think a lot of people don't catch all that. So I think if we're coming off the parkway, where a lot of the speeding complaints are, we put up a new welcome to Blowing Rock sign, put a 3-way stop sign at Wonderland, and put a speed limit sign right there. That way, everybody that's Mach 10 down that hill is gonna have to stop. Hopefully they'll look at the sign and be like, all right, cool, I'm in town now, and there's a speed limit sign. A lot of the signs that are scattered through Green Hill Road I'm not convinced that there are signs. There are some that are stuck in the side and I will tell you this, the 3 that are on the non-jurisdictional point, those aren't DOT signs. Those are signs that somebody took from somewhere else, and they took the 35-mile-an-hour signs that part of the road is slotted for and put them up. That's probably like at least 2 misdemeanors. So, but not our jurisdiction. But I think it was, somebody had a great try to slow people down. So those three, that got reported to DOT, but, once again, that's nothing to do with, I can't do anything about that. That's, their larceny. So the three-way stop, but then we got to figure out what's going to be a good like mileage point for some speed limit signs and freshen them up, get some new clean signs. And, we can do the little flags, like when we put up the three-way stop signs up there, since those were new, we put the little flags on them temporarily. But I think that would be, the stop signs, I didn't see a ton of people, most everybody that ran the stop signs up there, it was just a California roll that nobody else was coming, they just kind of crept and go. Nobody blew them. I think one of my guys said one person blew it. And that was the one in Green Hill Circle. So, and then continued enforcement. Like I said, I push my guys for traffic enforcement. I've actually got a goal set for them for this year on how many stops I want. We're only a month in, but we're on target. Hopefully that's going to make our number go up quite a bit. So, and Green Hill is one of the roads that I appreciate them to go on. Any questions?
Yeah. Where do you sit when you patrol Green Hill Road?
Hotel.
I do not give my trade secrets. So
No,
I move around. So
because you were saying, it's
I move around.
difficult for you. So you do have some private driveways that you can pull into and.
I got to get permission. The funny part is I call a handful of them. They never call me back. So the first portion coming off of 321, typically I don't sit much there. I roam. I'm just back and forth. Green Hill Circle, you can go up on Green Hill Circle and turn around and come down like you're going to come back. And where that stone column is, you can sit kind of back and over and you can monitor both stop signs and you really don't get seen there if you're going to sit on that stop sign. The next stop sign on Fairway Court, you kind of have to, and this is only going to be the fall time, but you can back down and you can see this stop sign good, they can't see you. The other stop sign, there's foliage, but the foliage is broke up enough right now to where you can see if the car actually comes to a stop or not. And then you've got the 1577 block with the nice lady with the gravel. She'll let you sit there where her split rail fence is. For a stationary radar, that is the only absolute place. Like I said, the rest of the road, once you get into the curves, you cannot run radar. It's impossible at that point to run radar. You can still pull people over. I mean, at this point, the officers know, what's exceeding the speed limit and what's not. Like with me being a lieutenant now, my radars are lapsed. I still pull people over for speed. I've done this long enough. I know what 35 looks like. I know what 25 looks like.
So when you guys are on Valley Boulevard, are you using radar?
Yes. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yes. 221 in Valley, 321 and 221. Yes, they're always running radar. And there's enough straight stretches that they move around quite a bit on there.
Great information. I love data, so this is great information.
I don't like numbers, that's why it becomes hard.
But put this in the context of other streets in Blowing Rock.
Okay. Great
information about Green Hill, but, and I don't know a comparable street, or a Ransom, or Laurel Lane or something. Can you put this in the context of the rest of Blowing Rock?
I think they all have their own individual challenges and their own individual complaints when we get them from who's complaining on that road. Green Hill, like I said, Green Hill is Green Hill's that hybrid road because it is residential, but now because of the Parkway and 321 and the knowledge that it connects, I mean, it has became it's a cut through. It's a thoroughfare now to get in and out of the town. So, comparing that to say Laurel Lane or Ransom, like I said, the last complaint we got was the Laurel Park. We went down there, we spent like a month down there. I mean, I didn't see a ton of stuff that was getting said down there. Like I said, every road, everybody's going to speed.
Well, is it in the top 5 problem roads?
Green Hill?
Yeah.
When you say problem, do you mean?
Speed.
321 is going to be your biggest. Possum Hollow. People speed on Possum Hollow. I pull a car about every morning on Possum Hollow. But I don't know if I've ever gotten a complaint about Possum Hollow, because there's not a whole lot of residents. So, but Possum Hollow, that one.
And that's 20 miles an hour on Possum Hollow.
Yeah, Possum Hollow is 20. So everybody comes burning down that hill. And a lot of times it's construction workers. But 321, Possum Hollow, 221, Green Hill's open. It's in the top 10. Sure.
And one of the other things that Ms. Aiken put in her report was trying to get a hold of Google and map services and stuff to try to get them to reroute people. They will not do that. I reached out to another concerned citizen on Morningside. They were concerned because traffic was getting routed up Morningside and coming back out over off of Hill Street. I contacted Google, I contacted Waze. Waze was the only one that engaged with me, and that customer rep actually called me back. It's freedom of travel. They're not going to take that off of the map or anything like that. And the day that she specifically talked about, we had a 18-wheeler that got stuck on 221 and was trying to get turned around. So it was routing people up Morningside. So she was right. There was people getting routed up there. But these map companies and services will not do it. I've fought for years to get Google Maps to change the way they route traffic. They send them down Sunset, turn on the Ransom, and then turn back to get on Main Street.
18-wheeler.
And there's 18-wheelers every other month that get stuck there on Main Street and Ransom Street, and they will not change it.
I know one of the things it's old information, but I mean, one of the things that we looked at, like when Owen was here, it seemed like we got more complaints off streets that didn't have sidewalks versus streets that had sidewalks. And I think it was the perception they felt safer walking on a sidewalk and didn't notice it as bad.
I've said that for years. Chief's heard me say that. I'm honestly surprised that we don't have more pedestrians that get hit on our streets.
Everybody not on a piece of wood right now.
And I'm just being safe. The reality of the fact is people do walk down the middle of the road in this town. And they're walking their dog, and they're not walking against they're not walking against traffic. They're walking their dogs and on the road. Exactly what you're saying. And now that you say that, Green Hill doesn't have a sidewalk, Laurel Park doesn't have a sidewalk, Ransom Street doesn't have a sidewalk. And that's all the three freshest concerns that we've gotten.
Okay. Here's a question I've got. This one's for planning, zoning. Kevin? Chief. All right, this is not in our jurisdiction. We have to annex that to put it in our jurisdiction, correct? Now, that would be requested annexation by the property owners, correct?
We're talking about Green Hill, correct?
Yeah, Green Hill. So if the property owners requested the town annex that section, then we'd have a public hearing, correct?
Right.
And then at some point in time, the council could vote on approval of the annexation, correct? Now, what will we run into with the Park Service?
You're not going to get the Park Service.
No, I know, but at what point? At what point do we have to stop on Green Hill?
Where the fence is for cattle.
Where the fence is for the cattle. Okay. So, this being said, the police do not have jurisdiction on that section. Okay? So, if the citizens or the people outside of the city limits want the town to annex that, then you can put together a group and make that request. Okay? That being said, Officer Hunt's had some really good recommendations here. Four-way stop on Wonderland. Three-way stop. Three-way stop on Wonderland.
Brushing the signage up.
Yeah.
Tactically.
Which that might be the easiest thing to do. I know I'd approached DOT. Well, it doesn't do any good if we take over the road. No good at all. Our police still cannot go on to that section.
The other part of that too is, point out one other thing about there's improvements that we would like to see in the road before we took it over. Now, if the citizens requested it to be annexed, maybe that's something that you could be a little more flexible on because of the increase in property taxes you've received.
True too.
But to take over the road without it being inside the city limits, we would have expenses down the line to fix problems that DOT should have fixed.
Without jurisdiction.
Without having the jurisdiction for anybody proceeding. So that would make no sense at all to take over the road unless it was inside the corporate limits of the town.
I think with the LT's suggestion there, I think the best is the three-way stop and really not think about absorbing or taking that into jurisdiction from Wonderland on up to the Parkway, because that is more of a liability.
Because of the fire department.
But if the citizens or those people that live in that area that are not currently residents, they can make that request.
If they want to be in there.
If they want to be in there.
Into the town.
I don't think they.
No?
We do not allow, in these, I'm sorry, we do not allow the public to speak. Go over, sit next to Chief and ask him a question, would you?
Thanks.
One of the issues that's also come up from the residents is this, because of Blue Ridge Mountain Club and the development in Sampson, is a huge increase in commercial traffic.
Yeah.
And since we do have jurisdiction for 95% of that road, can we limit or ban commercial traffic?
On Green Hill?
On Green Hill.
Technically, it's already, no two axle on that road anyway.
Well, you could put signs up that say no commercial traffic, $250 fine.
When you.
And they could go down, and go up Aho, or they could go down and go up the Parkway if they don't want to police their system.
You've got so much construction up there and.
Local people, you're gonna have local people that are doing work in town, who have to utilize that truck. I mean, that's route.
Concrete trucks, masonry.
I mean, yeah, they would get a,
That's a lot of use of it right now.
they pull somebody over and it's somebody like that, let them go. And if somebody.
I mean,
Because, I know we tried doing that up by Embers, there's a sign been there and that has been hard to enforce.
Reasonable suspicion to pull over a car, so I have to have a reasonable suspicion to pull over a car just because it's a commercial truck and I don't know if they're going to this guy's house for keeping straight. That doesn't give me enough legal teeth to pull
Well, all I've heard is that there's a measurable increase in commercial traffic in the last year or so. And using that.
them. Are they saying, are they saying what kind of vehicles or, I mean, just like, are they saying like?
truck. Tractor trailer.
There's no way a tractor trailer can get off of Green Hill Road.
They do.
They don't finish on,
I
they
had a
don't finish on Green Hill Road.
I met a tractor trailer the other day.
What?
I met a tractor trailer there the other day.
In the curb?
No.
Okay.
What?
So it sounds like to me that maybe the quickest solution would be the three-way stop.
And really define the jurisdiction.
But welcome to the town of Blowing Rock town limits.
Speed
That
limit.
sign up. What do you think?
Oh, yeah,
Can I,
absolutely.
It's quick to start.
you said something about it not being a residential road, that it is a cut through or it's a throughway or what?
Yeah, a
It
lot.
doesn't meet the requirements of a throughway. It does not meet the requirements of North Carolina,
It's a thoroughfare, not a throughway, but a thoroughfare.
but it doesn't meet the requirements of a thoroughfare. As far as it's the width and so,
Well, when I say that, I'm meaning it's connecting two roads getting in and out of the town. So in fact, I'm using the wrong word. if I'm using the wrong word, and that's got a definition that didn't apply, you know, Green Hill, the reality, you can get into the town, you know, through that. So with it having, you know, an end out on 321 and an end out on the parking lot, that, you know, people are going to travel it.
So one of my concerns though, and Wayne, this goes along with what you were saying, with all of the construction going on Sampson Road, the only other egress they have is the Parkway, they use Aho Road, they use Green Hill, or they go down to Happy Valley or Patterson, I think, is the only other egress. The county will keep issuing permits for them, but it's going to deteriorate our roads. So how do we balance that? And if the Parkway is closed, they have no other choice but to use our roads.
Yeah.
No, Aho.
No, Aho would take them, if they're going down to Lenore, which a lot of these workers are coming up from Lenore going.
They can take Aho, which turns into Blackberry.
Oh,
It
okay.
connects to Blackberry, and then they get on.
I gotcha.
I go down.
That's a tough road for a big
It's a tough road for,
truck, but
or if you're pulling a trailer.
what are you gonna do?
I know. I'm just saying it is a lot of wear and tear on that road.
That's,
And I don't know if we can put up a sign saying no throughway, no, that doesn't work.
It's not gonna work.
Okay. What about a speed bump somewhere?
where we need it is the DOT section. They won't allow
But if there's a three-way stop, they're gonna have to slow down for that.
Even if they roll through the freeway, they're still slowing down.
Yeah.
And then going toward the Parkway.
Unless they're one of a teenage kid.
Let's,
I think the three-way
the
stop.
council needs to vote on that, so let's put it on one of our upcoming agendas. Okay, is that okay with council?
Yes.
I like,
David?
Do we have to vote on?
Mhm.
Have a stop sign? We have.
Yeah.
So we're adding 3.
Seems like an administrative thing.
Actually, I can just do.
Yeah, 2.
There's one already there.
Didn't we? For the other
when were
two?
you, what times of day were you patrolling Green Hill? Oh, okay.
After dark, it's pointless. I'll tell you, I've been up there on dark and I don't see anybody.
Yeah.
It's daylight hours, but my God, we were anywhere from about.
No consent agenda.
Okay.
And we were going off of the speed, the data for the speed sign.
Take care of it here.
Thank you.
I just put it on consent, run it through
There was one of
next week, and
highlight on this, and we kind of glazed over. Right here, those are temporary speed bumps that we place out. Matt's guys put stakes down the ground so they can't move. We have to pull them up in the wintertime because the snow plows will shear them off. We have a set at the PD, I think we have 2 sets actually. So that's something that could be considered as well. I just want to throw that out there as a possibility. So
We can't put them on the DOT section.
no, we can't, only on our side.
It's gonna put them right down at the bottom and launch
Okay, are you?
and make them roving, that way they're not in the same place all the time. That way they know.
That wouldn't be administrative.
They would be thrown into the.
Oh, yeah.
Adding-
But I mean,
adding
you-
stop.
If you don't, if you move them every
Didn't we
month,
have to vote when
they
we
don't
put
get
the one
used
at
to
Green
where to
Hill
slow
Circle
down
and
and
at
speed up. They
Fairway?
slow down everywhere, not knowing where it's gonna be.
Kevin,
Kev,
does the council have to vote on the 3-way stop?
I don't know.
Because we did do Green Hill Circle.
They're listed in the code where stop signs are, where you have 4-way stops. It doesn't have to have about 3-way, but
Fine line there, Dave.
It's somewhere between 2 and 4.
No.
Didn't you vote for the one at Green Hill Circle and Fairway? Didn't town council vote? Yeah, yeah. So,
We voted on it.
well, I think we have to vote on that.
Let's put it on the
we have a little,
agenda.
For Tuesday
we had a little
night.
discussion on staff. We have a feeling that the one at Ransom and Hinkle and Green Hill Circle and Fairway.
They were voted on.
Yeah.
Pretty sure, yeah.
And when we did the other one, and Green Hill and
All right. Can you?
We can take care of that.
Put it on as far as agendas.
Yes.
Cool. For the people up on Green Hill, we'll try the three-way stop and maybe city limit, town limit sign.
You've got some speed bumps.
I don't like those. I don't know where you put them.
Anything else on that? Anything else? Green Hill?
I don't think so.
Are all of you guys and girls good for radar? I'll just send like a blanket email out and try to line that out.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
See if we can find a date later.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Cool.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Chief, thank you, sir. Appreciate all the guys' hard work, gals. Thank you.
People.
People.
Pete.
Peeps.
Peeps.
That is it. Unless you have something else, Lane, any thoughts? Yes, Lane.
That's all I have. Do you want to go down the list of
Yes.
things that we've
We
talked
need to.
about? And would it be okay if I do that just to make sure,
That'd be
You
good.
need to.
for clarification purposes here? And these are in chronological order. If I've missed something, jump in. But I've had some discussion of temporary closure, the date to be determined for Mayview Trail that would coincide with the Mayview Lift Station and the trail improvements there. One of the bigger items that I have is for Matt and McGill to look at the cost of replacing some water lines within the city and to give you some different options. The strategy, whether we're replacing lines that would affect water quality, also looking at replacing 2-inch lines with 6-inch lines to improve fire safety and looping lines. We may look at low-hanging fruit as part of that, such as Chatola, but giving you some options there. But what I heard was maybe a focus on water quality and fire safety rather than Chatola there. You have.
We're going to create a scoring system,
Yes,
correct?
yes. There is money left over in the transportation funds for sidewalks and crosswalks. That's $1 million left over from the bonds and strategy for that. And then also looking at some of the roadway improvements. We have approximately 2.46 miles of road and saw $1.3 million price tag for those improvements. But get McGill to give us some advice on that. Request that we look at the need for high hazard insurance for certain town infrastructure and facilities. A request from the Village Foundation for $150,000 to $200,000 for restrooms for the trail. We want to talk about, make sure that there's room for storage and all the things that staff needs for that. Have a follow-up conversation with Tracy and the TDA about some incentive grants for facades to incentivize folks to improve the facades. We have talked about the communications director and looking at a way to begin that position. And you all asked earlier about some steps to dip our toe in the water, and I'm going to communicate with some contacts I have. I think Kevin got good direction this morning on where you want to go in terms of the code, special use, conditional use, as well as the planning board have some recommendations to send you as for how we handle the downtown area. And then I think there was support for, at least on the town properties, participating with a historic district, and that would be the park and the 1888 building. And then Thomas is going to bring you back some quotes for our AV system. And we are also going to work with Tracy on the hop-on, hop-off the trolley system. And at a future council meeting, and may put it on the consent agenda if you're comfortable with it, three-way stop for the Green Hill and Wonderland Road. And can we do that next council meeting if you want to knock that out next Tuesday?
Yes.
Right.
Okay, so ignore, I sent you the agenda, so I'll update.
That'll be a consent agenda item if you're comfortable with that.
I think that'd be the way to do it.
Okay.
I think it's been discussed.
Yeah.
I think the Village Foundation was 200 if we wanted restrooms, and then another 200 in matching funds.
No, they only requested 150 to 2,
They had both of them in there.
but they were attempting to get matching from the Cannon Foundation.
It's one source. They were going to come to
Yes.
ask us for funds too, on top of the restroom.
Okay.
They had it listed. They asked us for the bathroom money and for a donation.
Okay. And let me circle back with them because I was also thought TDA might have been part of that request. That
I think so.
maybe part of that was,
Yeah, let's.
yeah. Okay. Have I missed anything other than that question about that one issue?
What about the EAP for the reservoir, updating it?
Emergency action plan?
Uh-huh.
McGill was working on that.
Yeah.
That in motion? I liked, while we're talking about it, I liked Wayne's idea of using transportation money we have and putting that toward repairing the sidewalk.
That's what Lane just mentioned.
Well, he didn't mention repairing sidewalks.
Crosswalks
Yeah.
and sidewalks.
Okay.
Okay, but I don't do the session. Yeah, council meeting.
I don't, the next,
Well,
Vote on-
well, no, we can't because what we need to do is approve McGill to get the quotes, get the bids. Remember, that was, it's
Yeah.
a lengthy process.
Crosswalks and sidewalks are $2 million.
1.75.
$2 million.
And we only have $1 million.
Right, so that's why I was looking for clarification there.
Well, keep in mind this too, Dave, that the crosswalks are a year out at least. So in other words, we need to start that process now. You know, for McGill,
Said it needs to be started by April.
that's right.
maybe the crosswalk sidewalks discussion might be a work session just to how do you want to spend this money? Would you rather do 2 or 3 crosswalks or put it all towards sidewalks? And that might be further discussion there.
I guess I think the sidewalks are great. We need to repair our sidewalks. I agree totally with you guys. But the crosswalks, if they're going to be done next year, we have to start that process in April.
Right.
Yeah.
That was my point.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I had written down sidewalks that are identified for repairs was estimated at $779,300.
Right.
I think we're all in agreement with sidewalks.
And crosswalks.
Absolutely.
And then the crosswalks, we need to start that process. Because we're not going to spend any money until the job's done. That's going to be at least a year out.
You guys, I was wondering, do we want to stick with the pavers or look at stamped concrete?
I would, if you're going to do it right. Stick with the pavers.
Right, yes.
Something that's gonna last and not be fixing it, or you won't be able to see it in another year or two, you know. And reflective paint.
And we want to do reflective. something reflective.
Our vision's getting bad.
It's for us old people who can't see it now.
Not just the vision.
Okay, so we need to get with McGill, have them start putting together information for us on the crosswalks that you all can look at and approve either all 6 or 7 of them, or say we want bids for 4 or 5 of them, or whatever.
15 total.
15 total.
That's right, yeah.
14.
14.
He was counting one at Mayview that's already pavers.
I would, we did this in Lenore before we started the downtown revitalization. And shutting down the streets in Lenore with much less traffic than you have in Blowing Rock was the biggest pain, and it was painful.
For sure.
I really think need to see if there's a way to do the steel ramps in a way that you work very hard to minimize traffic.
I've mentioned that to him because I still believe, because and like I say, we use them at ASU and we haul trucks right over them, you know, is if you're trying to protect that concrete lip, all you gotta do is you can weld something to a ramp to those, or they even make the steel ramps like that has the ramp up and goes over and comes down, you know.
So oversized speed.
Exactly, it's the exact same shape.
Move them to Green Hill, different spots.
Because I think that was what his worry was that laid flat, you know, it sits on the lip of the edging around the walkway
Well, they don't
itself.
need to be going 30 miles an hour anyway.
That's the chief.
That helped Officer Hunt a lot.
That's gonna be,
Exactly.
that'll be next spring, and you'll have a new manager can help deal with
That's
that.
just my suggestion, council.
Right.
We knew how long it took to get the Sunset one approved, designed, approved. And we didn't have to bid it out because it was under the respective dollar amount. This has got to be bid out. Okay? All right.
And DOT
Has to be
approved.
done.
Oh, that's right. DOT's got to sign off.
DOT's got to sign off on the ones on Main Street,
Yeah.
all the ones on Main Street.
They said we could take over, maybe.
And Green Hill.
Free paving, I don't think so.
I think they'll make payment.
All right, what else? We done? Done?
That's it.
All right. Do I
Nice
have a
job.
motion to adjourn this winter session. Can't wait.
Bang, bang.
All right, thank you very much.